Communism for Christmas. If only. Inshallah. Welcome to the Tuesday stream, chat. How are you doing? What's going on? Good to see you. So many legends in the chat already. I finally got my early birthday present, which is just a birthday present, but, you know, man got it early. Which is a new chair. It's pretty good. No, you're not having Melpert. Not until we get £25. Not until we get a £25 dono. Yeah, it's like a Herman Miller office chair, and it's like, it's not one of the high-end ones, it's one of the sort of like lower-end ones, but it's still good. Like, immediately as soon as I sat in it, I was like, yeah, I can sit in this for 8 hours. I can sit in this for 10 hours. You know, not exactly comfy, but they're not, like, supposed to be comfy. They're supposed to be, like, you know, good for your spine, good for you to practice your posture. And yes, it gives you a lot of good back support, but not if you have your coat on the back, which prevents the sort of, like, wide back from getting your whole back. Because that's what it's about. It's about getting your whole back, sort of, like, spread the surface area, I guess, to make it like less hard to keep a straight back. So you're gonna see me doing a lot of this, and then subsequently a lot of this. Oh wait, no, that's the whole scene. Subsequently a lot of this, moving the face cam slightly to the left. Welcome in, everybody. It's good to see everybody. Endless Cemetery, long time no see. How are you doing? Everybody go show some love to Endless Cemetery. Another incredible streamer. Am I going to spell this right? Endless Cemetery. Yep, there you go. Go show some love to Endless Cemetery. Good to see you. Last streaming some Tekken 8. If you like them fighting games, you know where to get it. Who else is in here? We have got Val as well. Welcome in. We got Luna. We got Middle-earth Marxist. We have got Network. We got Steph. And we got Vord. We got B-Rat. How's it going, everyone? We got Ninny. Good to see you. How's your day going? How is everybody's day going? Second streaker has hit the stream. What are we on with streaks now? 20 consecutive streams. That's mad. Absolutely mad. 20 consecutive streams from Steph, Val, Middle-earth Marxist. Gunman Master, how you doing? Good to see you. I promise to get your whole back, chat. Yeah, that's the way to do it. That's the way to do it. Valerie the lovely Italian, hello, welcome in. Readying myself for Total War by starting up Warhammer 40k. Yeah, that's it, isn't it? That's what it is. That's what it is. What else? I'm gonna use my paycheck to get me a comfy gamer chair. Yeah, that'll be a good shout. Applause for our dedicated DJ streamer. Wait, why applause? You don't need applause from me. It's not necessary. I'm not even done anything. Ninny with the 20 consecutive streams. Endless vague haze today. It does be like that quite often. Yes. I know about that one. I know about feeling like that and having a day like that. Still ill, throat feeling better, but still run down, blowing several times, my body weight in snot. Hopefully you're getting better very soon. I'm glad your throat is feeling better. Not great. Look after yourself. Yeah, love to all the big sufferers in chat who've got ill recently. Not great. Look after yourselves. Get that fucking medicine down your Lemsips. You know the score. Rur-tur-tur. I need a new gaming chair. Still holding out hope on this Christmas PlayStation 5. That's right. That's right. Chat, everybody give me £500 on top of the dono goal, and I can get Luna a chair or whatever. A PlayStation 5. That's what you're after. Literally just said it a minute ago. That's where my brain's at today. I had an alarm set for 9 o'clock again this morning, and I just decided I was gonna not get up at that time, even though I was meeting my dad for lunch. And I was just like, yeah, I'll just stay in bed. I'll just stay in bed till 10. It's a little you know, little nap of poo. And all of a sudden the alarm goes off and it's like, oh shit, it's been going off for like 45 minutes and it's fucking 11 o'clock. I'm like, it's just, yeah, there's a little snooze till 12. 12 comes around. I'm like, right, okay, just another 10 minutes, man. That's all I need, another 10 minutes. And my dad just gave me a call. He was like, yeah, I'm around the corner. I was like, fuck. So I didn't get a chance to have a shower, which sucks. I was smelly for lunch with my dad, which is not great. But I don't think it was that smelly because I had a shower last night before bed, so it should be fine. Should be all right. A bum station, that'd be your chair, correct? Yes. That would be right. Hello, Husker. How did you feel? Do you feel that you're lacking fuel? Have a cup of Daily Mule. Hope you're healthy, hope you're well. And abolish Israel. Fucking let's go. Straight away. Straight in with the rhymes, with the poems. Good stuff. In another 10 minutes, myself into sleeping until 3 p.m. today, so you're not alone. It's the way to go. It is the way to go. It's good stuff. I was ruthlessly reminded I don't have the same capacity I had in high school by sleeping 14 hours, not being able to get up all day. I got streaming, I'm cooking dinner, so winning, that's great. That's what you want. Spending my first few days off work, having a big lunch and nap every day. Dope. That's the way to go. That is the way to go. So I'm gonna start the stream today, even though I woke up and I got like a free lunch, courtesy of djmuel. I still have had like a very lazy day and I haven't done any work, and I feel pretty bad about it, to be honest. So much so that I didn't even fucking make my dinner until like 5 minutes before 6 o'clock, and I was like, shit. So that's why I'm late. So I do apologize. It's not great, but I'm going to try and get through most of the news today. So what we're going to start with, we're going to go straight into this after we take a look at the Socialism AI from World Socialist website. There's a little update on that, on what that's about. Remember that when we looked at that at the start of the stream yesterday? Remember that? We're going to have a quick look at that. And then, as you can hear, my curry is ready, so I'll be eating the curry as we finish the Ilan Pappe interview from last night that we couldn't finish before the end of the stream, which is about Israel's internal problems and how bad it's going. And then we're going to go immediately into Israel saber rattling about Iran. That's all it's been doing for the last couple of days. Talking about Iran, talking about how it should go to war with Iran, talking about how Iran was behind the, and Hezbollah behind the Heaton Park Synagogue and the Bondi Beach, Hanukkah and Yom Kippur attacks. So we're going to go into that. And then we're going to go into some traditional British saber rattling about Russia, aren't we? And that's going to be great for everybody. That's great, isn't it? So, yes, as you can hear, my dinner is ready. So I'm just going to go and get that quick. I'll be back in a tick. Yeah? Two seconds. Okay. All right. Oh. I'm here. I'm here. I've not got a fork. Okay. Look at this, chat. Another resounding success. Another fucking resounding success. Look at the fucking coriander getting green screened out. Madness. Oh, for fork's sake! Correct. I tried to... Thank you, yeah. Right, what did I miss? What did I miss? Just Johnny, hello, welcome in. Don't know if I said hi to you. Hello, Emmy Killy. It is a Herman Miller mirror. Yes, it is. Hello, Ilan. Good to see you. Gallo Mango, what's up? Sorka, how are you? Priltacular, good to see you, my friend. It isn't fixing things overnight, but being able to meditate again has been lovely. Yes! Yes! Good. Good to see you. Good to see you meditating. Good to hear that you're meditating. That's what I need to be doing next up. Genuinely. Look, show me. Looks like the good stuff. It is. It's good. I'm really good at this now. I'm really fucking good at it, honestly. Like, yeah. Like, all you have to do is cook a curry a couple of times, then you know how to do it, and it's done and it's good. You know? Mushrooms flips a switch in my head. The last time I was able to properly meditate was the month surrounding my use of them last December, basically. Yeah, I think that's the thing. I think there's, like, a lot of medicines in this world that we've, like, forgotten about. And unfortunately, the kind of people who have the monopoly on talking about this kind of stuff are right-wing freaks like Joe Rogan and other people... You know, all these fucking losers, like Peter Thiel. I'm sure Elon Musk talks about doing mushrooms. You ever done DMT, bro? I have had the beard trimmed. It was on Friday. Friday, had it trimmed. Looks delicious. What spices are in it? So, the first round of spices that go in, after you've sort of like softened all the tomatoes and the whatever protein you've got, chicken or baked chicken or tofu or whatever you're using. You put garlic, ginger, protein, and tomatoes in it with some cinnamons and with a cinnamon stick, bit of a cinnamon stick, and some bay leaves, and then you just like, yeah, you just cook that up for a bit until it's, you know, sorted. Tomatoes in, let it rest for about 10 minutes, let it simmer with the lid on, then chuck in Kashmiri red chili, ground coriander, tiny bit of turmeric, that's optional though, you don't have to do it unless you want to do it for health, and some cumin and some black pepper, get all that in, and then put some chilies in as well. I use just like green finger chilies, little ones, and let that cook off for about 10 minutes, and then you add in yogurt. Obviously I use soya yogurt, and also soya yogurt and garam masala, a little bit of garam masala. Then you cook that off, and then to finish, you put coriander in. And it's absolutely peng every single time. I can give you the link. What are you doing down there? Melpert is just like, what's that? A fluffy thing? For me? No. It's not a fluffy thing for you to sit on. Get in your hole. So there you go, yeah. It's a chicken karai, basically. Before I was able to access SSRIs, mushrooms really helped me. Yep, they're good for resetting your brain. All those losers have only ever gone as deep into psychedelics as any other dude, bro, who does 2 grams of shroom and realizes what empathy is for the first time. Yeah, and they don't even really figure out what empathy is, because, you know, what they... The psychedelic experience has a lot of important and profound things that it helps you, like, reset in your brain, which is that, like, yes, even though people have like terrible politics, they're still humans. They were still once a baby. They're products of their environment, etc., etc., etc. But what the idiot Joe Rogan bros take from that is like, oh well, you should just not be political. But then when you're not political, you just end up being political. It's a political choice to not be political, and also you let your propagandized ideals guide you in whatever you do after that. And you know, psychedelics sort of like inform you to just like go with the vibes of life, and the vibes with life when you are propagandized in imperialist propaganda is just to like keep doing that and not challenge what you believe. But you know, it definitely challenges your belief when you take psychedelics, because you're just like, well, what even is life? It would be great if we didn't have to deal with all this capitalism and shit, and then we could all just like explore all the aspects of psychedelia and the human experience and the soul and the depths within ourselves, you know what I mean? Family member has bad OCD. I really wish psilocybin was a clinically legal option. I mean, yeah, it completely resets my OCD whenever I do it. Whenever I do mushrooms, if I have like a big dose of mushrooms, my brain is just like, hey bro, you don't need to check the oven anymore. You don't need to do it. You know that you turned it off. That's enough. You know? It's weird how much of the modern psychedelic crowd of right-wing, specifically misogynist podcast bro type. I've even seen Rasta hat wearing stoners who are aggressive towards foreigners before. Yeah, it's crazy because, like, you know, that's the thing. They like, yeah, I'm gonna wear like a Rasta hat. I'm gonna appropriate, you know, Jamaican culture and make it look like I'm some kind of an anarchist who loves peace and love, but actually, like, I'm just a misogynist, you know? Can I clip that and send it to them? Yeah, absolutely. But, you know, with the caveat that you absolutely should not break the law ever. And you shouldn't, yeah. You just can't break the law, so don't do that. Go to a country where it's legal and do it. Hey, Eric, how you doing? I came in late. Thought the spices question was about what spices went in the beard. Yep. That is what spices will go in the beard in a bit when I'm eating it. That's correct. Yogurt is the main fat element. No, whatever. You can put some, like, olive oil in there if you want. You can put some olive oil in the curry if you like. The only reason Terence McKenna wasn't a Marxist because he was a staunch anti-materialist. Yeah, when you read Terence McKenna's books, it's like he understands imperialism because he talks about how native indigenous people were, like, feminist and matriarchal and not problematic, and there was a lot of, like, well, they were problematic, you know. There's in his books he like homogenizes quite a lot of the indigenous experience, but I think that, like, a lot of indigenous cultures around the world, he talks about how they're, like, feminist, feminized, you know, matriarchal, and, you know, the way in which there's, like, an interesting bit of insight where, like, you know, when you, I don't know, watch, like, a Disney film and there's, like, an old shaman and it's, like, a bit of a racist depiction in that, and they're saying things like, my child, but it's like, he's not your dad, right? He was like, well, there's, like, a bit of a thing in indigenous cultures where, like, people would just get high and have orgies, and it didn't really matter whose kid anyone was. You know, and again, like, this is homogenizing the indigenous experience, but it was way more common back in the day, and, you know, this goes for pre-imperialist white cultures as well. You know, people would just, like, have sex with everybody. Everyone was really queer. Queerness was just, like, accepted. But then, like, you just did not know whose kid was who, and so you would just, like, you would call every child your child, and you would treat them as if they were your child, and it just made sense to do that anyway, because that's how we should treat all children, and that's why child abuse happens. That's why pedophilia happens, because in imperialist, dominant, masculine, patriarchal societies, I don't like calling it masculine because there is positive masculinity, but, like, you know, children are seen as, like, separate and you know, divided away and stuff like that. And that's why these kinds of things happen, because children can be isolated and treated as objects. And it's the same for women, right? It's the same thing with women. And yeah, so it's like, yeah, there's definitely there's some good insights to get from McKenna's writing. But yes, staunchly anti-materialist, so not great. Probably an anti-materialist because he was so high all the time. He was like, you just don't need to worry about what's going on in the world. There's a spirit world and I'm in it. You know. Yes, it's why you can see 20,000 kids killed and not feel anything. Correct, yes. Correct. Welcome in, Def Not a Blizzard. Hello, welcome in. It's like how giving any billionaire therapy just teaches them to weaponize therapeutic language better. Yeah, right, exactly. Chance to go on an ayahuasca ceremony my maternal side of the family did. They're indigenous and the best. Such an insanely helpful thing for my OCD and CPTSD shit. Yeah. That shit is great. It's really therapeutic. And, you know, yeah. I think I gotta eat some mushrooms soon, chat. I think I gotta get it done in a legal way. In a completely legal way. And not in the UK, because it was illegal here. Yes, we were talking about mushrooms in Mario. That's right. Hey, Lesbian Hot Sauce, how you doing? Everybody, please go follow Lesbian Hot Sauce. She's a great streamer. How you doing, comrade? It's good to see you. Before Christianity ruined everything, it did. For most intents and purposes, Terence McKenna is essentially a mystical Marxist. He interpreted that being incompatible with Marxism. To be fair, he was big around the late 20th century, so the Marxist experience was very doom-pilling. Yes, correct. Correct. An awful person once took this concept and wrote a book completely misinterpreting it, titling the book, It Takes a Village. Her name, Hillary Clinton. What she meant was, it takes a village to be voted into the office of President of the United States, and not enough people did that for her, and that's why they're all bad and should be killed, exiled from the village forever. Yes, she'd go on to celebrate bombing villages. Yes. Okay, right. There you go. So, that's the start of the stream where we're talking about mushrooms and Hillary Clinton. It was her turn. It was her turn on the big stick in control of the evil empire. It was her turn. Right. Okay, chat. We're gonna get on with it. We're gonna take a look at some stuff and then I'm gonna eat because I'm so hungry and my muscles are crying out for protein. Because of the gym yesterday. I'm on a rest day today. No gym today. So, it needs to happen. There he is. Look, he's already there. Don't forget, chat, you can unlock the cat cam for the rest of the stream if I get £25 in donos. Yeah, as soon as we hit £25 in donos, has to be donos, via the tip link in the chat, yeah? And we could be looking at that for the rest of the stream as well as whatever rot we're looking at. Yeah? So that's the benefit of that. That is the benefit of that. Right. Okay. He's going. Say goodbye. He's gone. Yesterday I was taking a look at the socialism AI thing from World Socialist website. Prol Wiki, which is very good. It's a very good resource for like learning about theory and shit like that. Has done a thread about it, so let's take a look at this. So we took a technical look at the new socialism AI from World Socialist website, The Trots. Too long didn't read. Lots of intellectual property protection, paid services, and your chats get routed to commercial AI services, GPT and DeepSeek. A short thread on what we found and what we do different. So this is looks like this is the user interface. And it's got some like pre-made prompt here. What is the difference between Trotskyism and Stalinism? It just comes up with like a big thumbs up and thumbs down. Like a picture of Stalin. No, a picture of Trotsky, just like, good. And a picture of Stalin, like, bad. What conditions do warehouse and logistics workers face? Like, this really goes to show just how, like, divorced from reality the people who run World Socialist website are. And I've used them as a source before because, yes, they do some good writing, right? And, you know, we can be sophisticated about this in understanding our comrades and the difference of opinion that they have and shit like that. But I think that there's a lot of, like, middle-classness that happens, especially in trot circles, and it's a bit fucking frustrating and annoying. Particularly when you look at, like, you know, if you have to ask, what conditions do warehouse and logistics workers face to an AI? I just think that you're cracked, man, and I think you should hang it up and go home. I don't know, man. Like, this is like a crazy thing that you feel like you need to ask. Like, what are you talking about? Anyway, let's move on. Let's start with the privacy policy. Lots of mentions for paid tiers and copyright retention. They claim everything Socialism AI outputs belongs solely to World Socialist website. The Trotskyist revolution will not be televised because workers won't have paid the broadcasting fees. Account. We require you create an account and make payments for greater access to the chatbot. That's what communism is about, chat. It would be depressing if this actually worked and got people to turn socialist when they used it, but specifically only socialists with AI psychosis who think they're the reincarnation of Trotsky. Yeah. Yeah, you gotta have an account. You gotta have greater access to the chatbot. It will be read through newspapers. Correct, Alejandro. How are you doing? Good to see you. They're also very protective of how exactly their AI works, how it was made, and etc. But we looked into it. Let's untangle it. Our investigation shows they call two models, GPT 4.1 and DeepSeek. GPT is OpenAI and a closed source model, so they won't have downloaded it to fine-tune train it. It's not possible. Instead, you have to communicate with GPT through OpenAI's API endpoint. So they're participating in the AI sphere. What do you call it? The AI there's a word for it. Culture, whatever. They're participating in using AI, and it's bad. This gives some indication as to how their AI works. First, your chats are sent to OpenAI, so maybe they don't discuss things too openly with Socialism AI. Second, it seems to be using RAG, or Retrieval Augmented Generation. In this method, the large language model looks up a corpus of data before answering the user query. It can indeed look at the World Socialist website's whopping 250,000 magazine articles of the past 25 years. Do trots do nothing but write all day long? Here's the answer to that, chat. No. That's all they do. They just write letters all day long. That's what they do, okay? That's what it is. That's what it is. Okay. And it just makes an answer on it. RAG is legitimate, and it's the least effort service to make large language models more specific. You start with a fully trained model and then just tell it, look at these pages first before answering. Disclaimer, it is possible our investigation is wrong in some way. We looked at the JSON and the JS files, they call them the HTML of their homepage, and the information is there. Whether it's used in the way it's presented is something else. As for how we found the info, it's all there in the HTML code since it needs to call JS and JSON files to work. Nothing was reverse engineered, which their TOS says is verboten. So there you go. The takeaway is the World Socialist website is very cryptic about their technical implementation and very protective of their system. You just don't feed the AI the blog links, at least if you do RAG correctly. You clean it in a way the AI can parse it. Whether they did that, we can't say. But they did not publish this documentation anywhere to help other comrades build their own systems. Instead, they want to sell paid tiers on a cloud service that talks to OpenAI. Yes, if you can't afford it, then you can't be a communist. This is really what a major breakthrough looks like, to reuse their super lengthy, self-congratulatory press release, or is this yet another profit-driven SaaS? One last thing on their AI, since it communicates with the API, there is also not only the model's bias, both GPT and DeepSeek, but also a lighter system prompt injected by both. APIs are generally less censored than the web interfaces, but have some system prompt in it. We ourselves are making ProWiki available for RAG. We're working with a dev who has received our entire wiki corpus and will make it available open source once it's parsed and cleaned up. This means you'll be able to make RAG models out of local models too without having to go through us every time, or fine-tune them with our content or anything you like. Sure, this is less sexy than a neat React.js web app with animations and a ready-made commercial model, but it's also going to be FOSS and usable by anyone for any purpose. I don't know about you, but it seems much more beneficial to the workers than another SaaS where you have to pay for to regurgitate only things the service deems acceptable. So, yes, there you go. Some interesting stuff there. Interesting stuff. Hello, Rob. Welcome in. Good to see you. All they did was add their own front end. Yep. Socialism is when AI. It's true. That's what it is. Yep. If you do RAG properly, you pre-process the data for the particular model family. Gotcha. Is that what Alex Jones said? Hardcore Trotskyists, and I only wish Stalin had got them all. That's crazy, man. Okay, chat. We are going straight back in, picking up where we left off with the Ilan Pappe video that we were watching last night on Voices of War. He was in the middle of talking about how occupation reshaped Israeli society, how it shapes Israeli society. So let's jump right back in there and have a little listen to what he's talking about.
Because the only definition that they had of Judaism was an ethnic definition, which meant that the ethnicity of the state did not respect or did not represent, first of all, 20% of the people who were not Jewish. Secondly, did not represent the millions of people that Israel kicked out of Palestine in 1948, and did not resolve the issue that was at the very heart of Zionism, namely the imposition of a European Jewish state on the heart of the Arab world at the expense of the Palestinians. So all these attempts, eventually by the Israeli Jewish electorate, were seen as not leading to any kind of resolution. Israel needed to continue and police by force millions of Palestinians, a situation that not so dramatically as it happened in the last 2 years, but incrementally eroded the legitimacy of the state, eroded the support among Jews and others to the idea of Israel. The international community began to pay attention in the 1990s, and ever since then, to the constant violation of human rights and civil rights. By
what is this, Ilan? Millennium 7 history check? Why are they different? What is this? What is this? What is this about? Every stealth fighter is designed according to doctrine, geography, and infrastructure of countries. 10 out of 10 internet trolling. Wrong link, I was gonna say. What is this?
As well. So there was no dividends from this game, and I think there was an exhaustion in the Jewish society. You cheat yourself, you cheat the world, and eventually it doesn't really work. So I think that's one major reason for that.
Back over to take over. Stalin kicks them out. They come over here, and now they are the Republican Party. Hardcore Trotskyites. Hardcore. Back over to take over. Stalin kicks them out. They come over here, and now they are the Republican Party. Hardcore Trotskyites. Hardcore. They give you the Patriot Act, everything else. I mean, we're in deep trouble. We are in deep, deep.
He's saying... he was saying... Trots have infiltrated the Republican Party to create the Patriot Act. That's so good, dude. No, it was just George Bush. This is crazy, man. He's surely a cop. He is just such a cop. It is so crazy that he's absolutely a cop.
Deep, 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 deep trouble. And I only wish Stalin would have got all of them.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
The second reason is, of course, the cycle of violence, because once you violently invade the country and there is a reaction, the reaction is not always non-violent. It's violent as well. And this cycle that once the resistance to your wish to dispossess the people is an armed struggle or a guerrilla warfare, the reaction of the state is even more severe and violent. And in turn, that creates another more vicious, if you want, of bloodshed and violence. So it was.
Is Alex Jones still doing the Hitler shit?
Convince the population,
like looking like Hitler,
that this is life. There's no other option. The only option is to kill, to wound, to fight, to genocide, and so on. Unfortunately, we didn't have the right people who would show the courage and lead a different kind of a movement. Who say, well, the conclusion from that reality is that the idea of a Jewish state is the problem here, and there are alternatives which are more humane, that most people in the world cherish in their own countries, which is a purely democratic country, and not an ethnic racist country. But that, when that choice had to be made between, are you willing to be a real democracy, or do you want to be actually an apartheid racist state? Unfortunately, most of the Jews voted in one way or another for the latter option, because the first option means giving up all the privileges, the land, the resources, everything you robbed from the indigenous people, and you don't want to give it back unless you are forced to do so.
Yeah, and forcing it has been a big challenge, which I think brings me to the next point. And you rightly identified that, of course, the global opinion.
Chat, Alex Jones is live right now on Twitter with Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Win-win-win. You guys are supporting my employee-owned company. You're getting the best products at the best prices in history. You're supporting this Alex's great show. I'll tell you, Alex, I can't be prouder, more proud than anyone than support your show and what you put out and help save this country more than anyone, and I mean that.
Hey, Cashby.
Leading a frontal assault on the lies of the New World Order. It's Alex Jones.
Mike Pillow with the introduction.
Crashing through the lies and disinformation. It's Alex Jones, coming to you live from the front lines of the info war.
Hell yeah, dude.
All right, Marjorie Taylor Greene is with us another 15, 20 minutes or so. She's going to have to leave and go be involved in a key vote.
Look at that shit, chap.
So they're watching C-SPAN, getting ready when they call the vote. She's got to run down there. She's 10 minutes away. But to show you how I understand legislation, I'm not saying I'm some expert. I like Chip Roy overall. So during the break, I said, let me guess, he's been given disinfo with this amendment. He thinks it makes it better. He's just ignorant. She said, exactly. And so explain this. I predict he's going to end up pulling his amendment
to your bill that outright bans under the age of 17 anybody being chopped up by these psychos. Europe's already banned it. The UK's banning it. This is the trend. This hoax has caved in. This evil is failing. And unfortunately, America is way behind on this. So just recap, H.R. 3492, so important. You fought for years to finally get to a vote. It's out of committee. Here comes Chip Roy of everybody. I was like a deer in the headlights for that. I think he's a good guy. And you know the break said, no, he's ignorant. So that's good. Let's give him and his staff and all of them the facts. What's really happening here with this amendment?
Well, so on the screen right now, you're showing Chip Roy's amendment to my bill. And if anybody is watching right now, call his office and tell him to stop this, to pull his amendment. We need the Protect Children's Innocence Act to pass in whole, in its entirety. It's already passed through Judiciary Committee, Jim Jordan's committee.
The Children's
it
Innocence
went through
Act.
with full support, and now it has to go through the Rules Committee. But Chip Roy is on the Rules Committee. And so he is trying to gut the Commerce Clause in my bill. My bill makes it comprehensive, puts people in prison if they perform any type of gender-affirming care on a minor anywhere in the United
that's
States
what it
of America.
is. That's what it is.
Defeats Gavin Newsom, defeats
It's transphobia, chat. It's transphobia. Here we go.
trans sanctuary laws. It defeats it completely. But Chip Roy's amendment will allow it to continue in states like California or any other child trans sanctuary state. Kids just need to...
Oh, this is so funny. She's getting pushed out, and now, like, this Republican is like, nah, man, states' rights, though. States have the right to do their own stuff. We could do a federal law, but can't take away states' rights. That's crazy.
Roy, and he needs encouragement, especially by the people in Texas, to tell him this is not a good idea, Chip. If you want to be Attorney General of the state of Texas, we need you to be as strong as possible, and we need you to stop it completely. And he has a chance.
Explain to people like you do.
I'm so certain. I'm so certain that Marjorie Taylor Greene is going to convince the Texan people who are probably thinking, I don't know, man. It's hard to say. There's a lot of people who are still pro-Trump despite all the Epstein stuff, right? I really don't know how much political power she's got over the people of Texas.
Fighters, and they want someone that will stand up to Gavin Newsom. His amendment allows Gavin Newsom to continue what he's doing with these awful, it's child abuse. It's
Dude,
sexual.
Gavin Newsom said he was going to stop trans healthcare entirely. What are you talking about?
Of minors. It's chemical castration of minors. We should never limit the scope of that. That should be criminalized on every single aspect. This is the most common sense thing to do. Let me go a step further, though, Alex. I want to talk about how hard it was for me to get a vote on this bill. Steve Scalise and Mike Johnson.
Okay. Kat, this is why you can't let anyone glaze Marjorie Taylor Greene for, like, standing up against Israel. Right? Or the Epstein stuff. You just can't. Because in reality, she hates children. This is the reality of it. You know? She's out here on Alex Jones, on fucking InfoWars, being like, hey man, you need to call your congressperson now and tell them to encourage Chip Roy. Or if Chip Roy is your representative, you need to fucking tell them immediately. Tell him immediately that we have to kill trans kids. We have to be allowed to kill trans kids everywhere and override states' rights to, you know, do their own thing, I guess. I don't know, man. This is garbage. Maybe we'll come back to that in a bit.
Rapidly shifting. And you dedicate
Mental.
In the Israel lobby several chapters to explaining how the pro-Israel advocacy...
Has that guy been glazing her? Oh, didn't you say that he was saying that Marjorie Taylor Greene is like a secret communist? Because he's a MAGA communist, that guy, right? North Star Radio? MTG is hedging her bets when Trump croaks. I'm making the right calculation. JD Vance doesn't have the juice. I think all the worst people are going to rally behind people like Hegseth, Green, and Miller. Yeah. He said she's a secret Marxist. He's fucking cracked, that guy. That guy's cracked.
Networks, or APAC in short, especially in the US and UK, have shaped public discourse and foreign policy. So can you tell us about those networks and what impact they've actually had on
Cartoon
US in
name,
particular,
Chip
of course,
Roy,
UK,
yeah.
as well as foreign policy?
More like Chips Ahoy.
Yes, first of all, we have to appreciate the longevity of this effort. It starts very early on in around 1900, becomes already
And
quite
Undercover commie got lost in the
the
character.
book is to explain
the
to
lobby,
dive
yeah.
into it. Yeah,
Yeah, right.
yeah.
So it's more than a century of advocacy, and one should not underestimate the importance of experience. You know, if you exist for such a long time, of course, as the year pass by, you are much more experienced, and you already have an aura of a very powerful organization that you better not deal with. That you
North Star Radio Lesbian Hot Sauce he is a guy that did like a big video about Ethan Klein and Zionism. That was a big thing, right? That was what like everybody started watching him because of. But then people found out that he's like American Communist Party, which is basically just Nazbol shit, you know? National Bolsheviks. Yeah. Hey, Rebel Phoenix, how you doing?
you do what they want, even if they don't approach you directly or threaten you directly.
Yeah, they're
So I
fascist,
think
yeah,
it's
basically, yeah.
important to understand that from the very beginning, I think Zionist ideologues and leaders understood that there was a moral issue. There was a moral problem with the idea that the only solution for the European racism towards Jews was to impose a Jewish state on the Arab world at the expense of the Palestinians. They understood that this was something that in a world that began to talk about decolonization, a world especially after the Second World War, talked about human rights, had the Human Rights Declaration of 1948, created the United Nations and wanted to protect people from further oppression, a world that wanted to prevent a third world war given the horrific consequences of the First and Second World War. In that world, however you presented the Zionist project, it was a project of dispossession and elimination of the native people. Even when good intentions were part of it, as long as you were loyal to the idea that this has to be a Jewish state, there was no way of respecting the new universal code, moral code that the world, especially the West, pretended to adopt. It adopted it in a very exceptional and hypocritical way, but that's another story. In any case, so the advocacy had to take into account, I think, from very, very early on, and I show it in the book, that they have very little chance of winning the moral debate. That if you want, were on the side of the Palestinians. The truth was on the side of the Palestinians. So what do? You needed advocacy.
Why no alert? What's going on there? There we go. Thank you, Ilan, for gifting a sub to Alejandro. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your remotes, comrade.
That is much more a structure of coercion, maybe temptation, sometimes pressure, in order to make sure that the people with power would see it in their interest to support you.
38
Maybe
gifted
some of
subs
them would be
is
convinced
absolutely
morally,
dope, correct?
you know, ideologically, that what you do is fine. And I think at the beginning it was a bit easier for the lobby because you could convince American white settlers that white Jewish settlers have the right to settle someone else's or colonize someone else's homeland, also Australian. Could be easily convinced by that. All three settler colonial projects definitely supported each other morally, despite the injustice that was integral part of their project. You could convince Christian Zionists that this is a project that would lead to the resurrection of the dead, the return of Jesus, and so on. And then also convince the West that this is a Western democracy in a sea of Arab and Islamic barbarism. The problem was for the lobby that as we move from 48 and we reach 1967, and the occupation is far more transparent and exposed to everyone to see and understand, it's much more difficult to build a moral justification for the daily oppression of the Palestinians. And that's when the lobby begins to use tactics of, as I said, inducement and coercion. And it's very effective. It knows how to do it. It accompanies politicians in Britain and in the United States from very early stages in their careers, so that they would be committed to the cause when they begin their political career, and then you can ask for the dividends or for the payback later on if they reach a more powerful position. You destroy politicians if they dare to challenge the lobby, and you use money, power, clout, political clout, and of course, as I said before, the cycle of violence, the way the Palestinian resistance developed objectively here and there helped the lobby to say, you see, see who we're dealing
We're
with.
dealing with terrorists. Yeah.
Terrorists, exactly. 9/11 was a point that everybody thought this would be the most successful moment of the lobby, that they would associate 9/11 with Palestine. They didn't take into account that already in 2001, 9/11, the civil society, even in the United States, were far more knowledgeable, far more sophisticated, and understood very well that you cannot compare the Palestinian resistance and anti-colonialist struggle for freedom and liberation with the acts of terrorism committed by
It would be completely insane to try and imply that.
Al-Qaeda on the American soil. And that is something the lobby doesn't know how to deal with ever since. Yeah.
As in the civil society.
And that's why Israel is taking every opportunity whenever any kind of tragedy happens anywhere. It is taking any opportunity to be like, Iran did this, Hezbollah did this, right? Because it's been doing the same thing since 9/11. 9/11, Hamas did this, Hezbollah did this. You can't like... It's toothpaste tube stuff, you know? It's toothpaste tube stuff. You just can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. Once it's become very obvious. That's it. Ilan, thank you for the gift to Garlo Mango. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your alerts. And your remotes, sorry. Thank you very much! Thank you. No, Garlo Mango, it'll be his YouTube channel. Look, I'll find it for you. Where's the one where he says... Maybe he deleted it. I don't know. Is it on one of these? My concerns, how the progressive left is moving further right. My concerns with Zoran Mamdani, why the wreck of the Edmund Fitzgerald matters. Race for Venezuela. It's the AOC one. There you go. You can go check that out. Toothpaste is in the tube. The toothpaste is in the tube.
Society piece.
Yeah, the civil society, the fact that the internet allows far more information and knowledge. The Z generation, Generation Z, and even the one before it, are curious people, are alert to fake news, to fabrication. we call them naive, but they do understand who is a victim and who is a victimizer. We saw
Yep.
it in the demonstration in the U.S. and
Yep.
elsewhere. In Italy,
It's too late.
for instance, they are not mesmerized by the main shield of immunity Israel provides, which is to say it's a very complicated and a complicated issue, and we are the only ones who really understand it, and you have to listen to our yeah. So, and they don't buy it anymore, and the lobby doesn't know what to do with this, you know. Yeah.
And I really want to get to that point, because especially right now in the US, we're seeing perhaps the consequences of that. But I just want to pivot back on, you said since 2001, sway and influence started waning. But then you, as well as other prominent thinkers like Professor Mearsheimer, have drawn very strong links between AIPAC, the Zionist lobby writ large.
Now, yeah, we're going to get into that lesbian hot sauce,
along with the US neocons, to push the agenda of initially, obviously, the Iraq War, but then subsequent wars.
But you're right. Yeah.
And many big thinkers actually attribute most of the wars in the Middle East over the past 25 or so years to this kind of same tension or the same push from the blending of the neocons with the Zionists. Can you just elaborate on that a little bit more?
Yeah, I take a bit, a somewhat different view on this in a way. And I think there's a difference between American imperialist impulses.
Hey, have a laptop, how you doing?
I mean, that's the essential American way of thinking of what should be America's role in the world. And I don't think you can pin it on the lobby. With this, I agree with Noam Chomsky, who says that this is the main push for American. After all, the Israeli lobby is not responsible for what the Americans did in the Philippines, in Southeast Asia, in Central America, South America. I mean, there is an American imperialist impulse, very strong one. It has nothing to do with the lobby. However,
yeah, it's that classic getting the mix up. And the reason that the people get the mix up so easily and so readily is because, Israel wants to appear as if it, controls the USA. It wants to appear, especially like that, to the people living inside the settler colony, right? Good luck, I'll take care of your dog. What about Melpert? What about fucking Melpert? I see how it is real. I see. No more cat cam. There's just no more cat cam happening. Whose fault is it? It's Ilan. It's Ilan's fault. That's whose fault it is, chat. So, you know who to get, right? You know who to flame for this. It's Ilan. I don't discriminate. But you did! No, I'm just messing. What was I saying? Yeah, so they want to appear, especially to the people, the other settlers who are living in the settler colonial project. They want to appear as if they do control the USA and other countries in the world, and it's because they're a big, strong state and they have loads of power and wealth and all this kind of stuff, and they're technologically advanced, and everybody follows Israel, everybody loves Israel, etc., etc. And that is entirely, it's what people immediately go to when they start to unlock the truth about what is going on in Palestine, and they immediately go, oh yeah, Israel just controls the world, and it's just whatever, and it's like no, it's just not that. It's just literally not that. That's just it. That is just literally it. Just got up. Kat is very happy and my phone died. She got to be the alarm. Only just now learned what time it is. Everybody's sleeping in late today. I'm not feeling bad about it now. Thanks very much. I appreciate that. Yeah, they're trying to force... It's the forced perspective. Yeah. They're trying to get... And again, they're not stupid when it comes to this stuff. they know that it happens because people are propagandized to actually think that there is a Jewish lobby controlling the world, right? That's why it is such a, like, you know, yeah, so it's not good. It's not good. People immediately go there because of their, you know, propagandized ideas, white supremacist ideas about Jewish people.
When it comes to Israel itself and the area...
Like, Israel would love it if white people all over the world started saying, oh shit, the Nazis were right about Jews and they, like, control everything and shit like that. Because that will just increase actual Jew hate and, you know, fascism all around the world towards Jewish people, and the only place that Jewish people will feel safe is when they get a gun from the Israeli state and they kill Palestinians.
Around Israel. That's when the lobby is effective.
I slept in late today.
In convincing the American imperialists that American imperialist interests are best served through Israel. You know, the Israelis are...
You were up at 7 a.m.? God damn it.
Really panicking for what they saw yesterday on the White House. When President Trump says Saudi Arabia is as important to us as Israel, which is exactly what he said. He said they're as important as Israel. Israel is not more important than Saudi Arabia. This is a moment, you never know with Trump. I mean, you don't know if there's any substance behind his statement. But let's say it is a substantial statement. Let's say it's not even a whimsical kind of utterance, that it's part of a possible strategic idea of how America's world would look like. America's involvement in the Middle East will look like in the next decade or two. That means that the imperialist impulse is not based necessarily on a strong alliance with Israel. It's maybe based on a strong alliance with Arab states.
Yo, no worries, LHS. Thank you for being here.
It's much less problem.
Enjoy your gaming.
Think about it. The Saudis, of course, nobody cares about civil rights and human rights records. But it's easier to overlook the violation of human rights, civil rights in Saudi Arabia. It's not easy to overlook the violations of the Palestinian rights by Israel. And that could be
well. It's
challenge.
One journalist that's really cool. Sorry to interrupt. There was one journalist, Jamal Khashoggi, that really draws some heat. You know, between MBS and Trump in the recent press
absolutely, absolutely. And America always said dictators are fine as long as they are our dictators. But the point is that the lobby, if the lobby would face an America that says, yes, we still want to be a dominant power in the world and in your neighborhood in the Middle East, but you know what? We don't need you. Then the lobby would find it very difficult to be effective, I think. So it's a cynical way of looking at the future by which you understand, and I always say it in the book, my last book, as an historian, the ability to relieve people from oppression and occupation is not always achieved by a pure, just moral struggle. Sometimes it is being achieved by more cynical developments on which you have very little influence, but have an impact on your life, whether you are you are enthusiastic about these changes or not. It doesn't matter. In the end of the day, it can create a different reality, similar to the impact of the end of the Cold War on the chances of toppling the apartheid regime in South Africa. It was a very important development, without which the apartheid would have lingered on for a while if the Cold War would have not ended and the Soviet Union would have not collapsed.
That's an interesting take.
Current situation in the US. I mean, obviously with Trump, we don't.
That's a very interesting take. Not sure about his. Not sure about his how informed he is about South African apartheid ending. Yeah, it was. If the Cold War had not ended when it did, then South African apartheid would have just carried on. It would have just carried on. Let's not forget that Ilan Pappe is Israeli, so he's automatically racist, isn't he? especially towards black people. So he is not going to be, he's not going to have that immediate, you know, understanding that like the resistance of black people and the ANC is actually what, you know, was doing the work there, not some kind of like invisible hand of the free market winning the Cold War.
I don't really know what's going to happen next, but it's without.
I think he's very informed, to be honest. I mean, if you think I'm misinformed, I'd love to hear your takes. I mean, you're actually from there, like I'm not. But to me, it seems like, I don't know, man. Did the Cold War have an effect on the end of apartheid?
Without a shadow of a doubt, I think the civil society, in fact, his base, is hugely split. And the single issue that's splitting his base is Israel. You know, not least because of Gaza, but also the amount of money that US sends to Israel. You know, many openly say that the US is run by Israel because of these kind of blind loyalty to Netanyahu and his government. But also things like the assassination of Charlie Kirk. There's, you know,
it definitely played a part.
All of which
I'm interested to hear what you think, how it played a part, for sure.
Or, you know, Mossad's influence in the US, and of course, probably the biggest one is Epstein, which, you know, of course, there are issues and questions of who is guilty on both.
No, of course, not as a single offense.
But there's an overarching narrative there, especially now that we're hearing, as of today, that most likely we won't see the files released.
That would make sense. The IMF taking its eye off the ball for a bit to drive a stake into the Soviet Union's heart. Yeah, that would make sense.
At least despite it passing House and Senate, and Trump will most likely sign it because of national security implications. And many are drawing, you know, some better than others, conclusions that the national security risk really is the expose of a foreign intelligence service, i.e. Mossad, having played a key part in, you know, the propping up of Epstein. How do you view that from your perspective?
Well, I think it's important to remember that the source of power for AIPAC is the Capitol Hill, not the White House. There were presidents that AIPAC didn't like. Jimmy Carter, Barack Obama, George Bush Sr., to mention the three most kind of, at least, let's say, more courageous presidents. Yeah, courageous presidents, at least facing some of AIPAC's pressure. Even Reagan had a clash with AIPAC. So the source of power is not the White House. The source of power is Capitol Hill. Until we don't hear different voices from there, presidents come and go. The lobby in Capitol Hill stays. You have to pay attention to Capitol Hill. That's where the source of power for AIPAC and the other sections of the lobby.
Yeah, because it's interested. AIPAC is interested in buying as many politicians as possible so that it can, you know, get them to do bills. Right? It's the bills that are important. A president can do an executive order. A president like Trump can be wild and makes all kinds of wild decisions because of his delusions of grandeur and the way that he abuses his power. But yeah, there could be another president soon that is like, yeah, actually, I don't give a fuck about Israel. You know, it's America first, baby. We're doing American fascism here in the USA. I mean, they're already doing it, but we're just going to turn it up to 100, and that's it. And we're not giving Israel any money anymore, and then it will be over. Then it will be Jova, bro. So, you know, they need people in Congress to stand up for that. If that was something that was going to happen, what the lobby would do would be like, hey, example, I don't know, who would be an example? Hakeem Jeffries? I mean, is he a congressperson? Is he a congressperson? I'm getting all this wrong. I don't know. Whatever. A congressperson who's bought by AIPAC. Random congressperson who's bought by AIPAC. We need you to introduce a bill to impeach the president immediately because he doesn't like Israel, right? Now, if that were to happen, would a current sitting Congress actually, like, pass that? Would it pass it? Probably. It probably would, because AIPAC has bought Congress, It doesn't matter how unpopular. Yeah, Hakeem Jeffries is a minority leader. I thought he was. It doesn't matter how unpopular Israel has become in the broader public's eye. It is, however much lobby money is being spent by AIPAC on Capitol Hill. It makes absolute sense.
Exists. So all these developments that you rightly described, we need to see if they are reflected in a change of attitude in Capitol Hill, not in the White House. Now, I do believe that you're right, that a younger generation of Republicans would be much more isolationist in terms in the context of Israel, namely, there would be a limit to how much money they think the United States should invest.
This is making me want to check out this. What are they saying here now?
Crew again, because I really respect you.
Thank you, Alex. I'll be happy to come to Texas in all my future spare time. Okay. Love you, Alex. Talk to you later.
God bless you. You're awesome. Wow, that lady's the real deal. Maybe she'll be president someday. For those of you attacking her.
Okay, there you go. It's happening. It's happening. Confirmed. Whoever was speculating it in the chat, whoever was speculating on it in the chat, yes, she will be president. Alex Jones said it. Maybe she'll be president someday. Yeah, they're going to do it. They are going to do it. 2028 is going to be Kamala Harris versus Marjorie Taylor Greene for the first woman president of the United States. And it's going to be Marjorie Taylor Greene. Marjorie Taylor Greene is going to be the president of the United States. That's what's going to happen. It's the future America deserves. Some of America. Some of them. Provided there's election. I don't think Trump's going to last, man. The Brandonification of Trump has gone fucking crazy. Like, it's escalated so much. Mayo Pete versus MTG? I'm so certain that she confirmed that she's running. Here we go. Here we go. I don't know what this source is. Is Kamala Harris eyeing a 2028 run for president? Here are some clues. Could see two Californians sparring for a nomination for the Democrats. Governor Gavin Newsom is considered a frontrunner in the race. Recent actions by former Vice President Kamala Harris suggest a 2028 campaign in the works. The first hint was the expansion of her book tour. Throughout 2025, Harris was on the road touting her book 107 Days, which chronicles her last-minute 2024 presidential campaign. On December the 10th, Harris announced the expansion of her tour into 2026, where she'll visit a number of American cities, many of which are hubs for black voters. Black voters have been a decisive voting bloc in recent Democratic presidential primaries, and recent polls show Harris' strong support among the demographic. In another move on December the 12th, Harris and her husband Doug Emhoff appeared at the Democratic National Convention's winter meeting in Los Angeles, where Harris made a speech with an update in the message. Harris criticized both parties, saying they failed to hold the public's trust. Government is viewed as fundamentally unable to meet the needs of its people. People are done with the status quo, and they're ready to break things to force change. She's yet to confirm any plans. Her spokesperson, Kirsten Allen, told Axios that Harris will approach 2026 with the same commitment that anchored 2025, listening to the American people, reflecting where leadership has fallen short, and helping shape the path forward beyond this political moment, as well as supporting efforts to win back Democratic majorities in the House and the Senate. She's gonna do it, chat. I think she's gonna do it. Others projecting Harris to land fourth behind former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, Newsom, and U.S. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I think AOC running for president would be crazy. This would be the only good choice out of all of these, and she's still not great. Right? She's still not great. What has Kamala Harris done in California? We don't need to read this. Okay, goodbye. What am I up to? What's he talking about now?
So 7 months ago, people are like, I'm with Trump, I'm with Ilan, most with Trump. And I said, we're not in high school picking the beauty queen here or the class president.
Oh boy.
The Republican establishment wants to get rid of Musk because they were making real accelerated changes and it was popular in polls. And now that's all admitted. It's all come out. Running off MTG and now all these other Republicans that are punching out is destructive, and Trump's poll numbers are the lowest ever in his 10 years of political action.
Oh my God, it's happening.
So I know all the great stuff Trump's doing. I cheerlead it 90% of the time.
Oh my God. What the fuck did he just say to someone?
So that's where we are.
Could have been anything. Could be anything.
I'm doing this because we built the platform for Trump. We created the Tea Party. Ron Paul, myself, all of you. We got the beachhead of the Republican Party. We got Trump in. We love the good stuff he does. And we're not going to sit here and watch corrupt special interests and other bad groups manipulate him. And we're not going to watch rhino Republicans that vote against him half the time kiss his ass and then have him there patting him on the head. And then MTG tells him, this is bad, I disagree with you. And he goes, yeah.
Oh, they're coming for his ass. He's cooked, man. No, he's absolutely cooked. He's absolutely cooked. I don't think, I'm calling it, chat. I don't think he'll step down or anything, but I don't think he's going to run. I don't think he's going to run. How old is he now? Like 72? He's going to be like 76 or some shit? Wait, no, he's older than that, right? He's the oldest president to take office, right? Oh, he's 79. He's going to be 82 by the time it gets to 2028. Or 83. Hey, Gobs, how's it going? Everybody go follow Gobs. They're amazing. What's up? Good to see you. He's going to run as MTG's vice president. Yeah, I'm calling it. He's going to step down. He's going to not run again. He won't step down. He'll continue to Brandonize. He'll Brandonize and Brandonize and Brandonize and Brandonize, and there'll be a period, just like there was with Brandon, where people will go in, is he going to run? Should he run? Is that going to happen? Is this a good idea? And then eventually everyone will be like, he's absolutely goners, bro. Like, he needs to sit on a beach and just, like, not do anything anymore. Oh, Alex Jones is going to run as MTG's vice president. No, I don't think so. He's already on the federal payroll. Dozing Don, they're calling him Dozing Donnie. Donnie, have you done a doo-doo in your diaper? Donnie, it's time to die. Donnie, it's dodo time. It's time for you to go the way of the dodo. That's what they're saying. It's dodo time. Yeah, I think, that's just obviously what it is. He's not going to run. There's going to be this back and forth. And then MTG is going to be like, don't worry, I'm here to save the Republican Party. And that'll be that, won't it, chat? That'll be the end of that. And I have a feeling if that happens, I don't think the Democrats will win unless they have a strong socialist alternative that is anti-Israel. I think that either way, it's going to be the end of Israel, because either it's going to be an America First candidate like MTG, and she might just be like, right, executive order, no more money to Israel, and then the Congress will be like, yeah, we need to impeach MTG, and then she'll just like sit in the White House with a fucking Browning machine gun just going shooting them all or some shit. It will be crazy, man. It will be crazy. I take no joy in saying this, by the way, American friends. Just so you know, I have the deepest empathy and sympathy for you amongst all this happening. So, yeah, it's not good. Well, okay, what's happening now?
You know, what she went through and what happened.
He's still talking about MTG.
By the way, it's on record. She's been swatted over 20 times. But as soon as she said she was getting attacked this time, oh, you're a liar. Don't be a drama queen. I've never told you 1/10 of what's going on with us. This office, my house, all of it. Oh, I know. And she's not a traitor. And Trump's not a traitor. But we're not in a cult. And you got to be ready.
By the way, Aaron Bastani said that this guy is not as wrong as Nick Fuentes. This guy's more correct than Nick Fuentes. Right? Okay, maybe we'll come back to that.
In sustaining Israeli policies and adventures. I think we should pay attention to the younger democratic generation. They already have shown in the municipal.
It doesn't take much. No. This is no. Gobs, this is what we were talking about on the day. Fuentes uses this, like, grain of truth fascism shit, understanding what fascism and what imperialism does in the USA, in order to tell people to be more fascist. He doesn't say every white person, but what he means is every white person is racist, but it's only white people who pretend that they're not. And he's right about that, because liberals often pretend that they're not. But his solution is to be more racist, right? So he has this, like, informed understanding of what the Imperial Core does, the white supremacist nature of the Imperial Core, the white supremacist nature of the people in the Imperial Core, and also says things like, Jews get to have a Jewish supremacist state, why can't we? Right? You know, these little kernels of truth to be like, you should be more fascist. Alex Jones is like, there were crisis actors at Sandy Hook. That's way more wrong. I'm sorry. Just like way more. Like so far out of the fucking, like, it was such a dumb comparison. Right? You see what I mean, right?
Elections last week.
He's saying that, you know, he says that the Hillary Clinton is a demon, a lizard demon who, like, fucking drinks the blood of children and shit. You know, like, come on, like, Fuentes is a fascist, but he doesn't say shit like that, right? He doesn't go, like, fucking wacky with it. You know, he does this, like, annoyingly frustrating kernel of truth, but with a big lie behind it, right? Which is exactly what Hitler did. That's the Hitler shit. Kernel of truth with a huge lie behind it, and you tell a lie that is so big behind the kernel of truth that people think, well, there's no way that you could be possibly lying about something like that.
Ability,
you know,
to even win in places which...
Well, Alex Jones doesn't have any kind of precedence for having a kernel of truth. He's just like, yeah, there's evil little goblins flying around, and there's all devils. They're in front of us. They're in skin suits and blah, 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 blah. You know? He might have a point about Hillary.
were kind of blue collar people.
I've seen it.
Blue collar workers were voting even for Trump.
Hillary Clinton feasting on children in the night.
Trend in the society.
He's a demon.
That would distances the United States from Israel, but I haven't seen yet its impact on Capitol Hill. You know?
Yeah, I think that's a good take, Stalker. I feel like Trump is going to try and name a successor president who will be ridiculously unpopular, even with MAGA. Then MTG will swoop in. So when an election finally does happen, the Democrats fail to do anything, and she becomes the first empress of the Holy American Imperium. Yeah, possibly. If the Dems actually landslide the midterms, they could make his final years hell, or at least enough of a minor inconvenience that he dies in office of incompetent rage. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, because, like, this is what he's an old man, and he may not have dementia, but his brain is dementiaizing, right? It's Brandonizing. Like, we're seeing that all the time. You've got those, like, doctors and shit who, like, watch him walk, and they're like, yeah, this guy's had a stroke, he's had probably multiple TIAs, you know, his heart is going to be bad because he's got a really bad diet. He goes for MRI scans all the time, and he's like, I've got the best health, and, like, he always lies. You know what I mean? It's shit like that. And I think that, like, yeah, I think that he will more and more as time goes on, get more and more stressed, and he'll Brandonify more and more. Brandonizing, yeah, going the way of Joe Biden. Joseph Robinette Brandon Biden. The Let's Go Brandon thing, like, that's, you know, Let's Go Brandon, the whole thing that the Republicans were saying, you know? Keeping people that old in positions of power is elder abuse, yeah, and it's also... It's also society abuse. No one wins. No one wins. That's cope. What's cope? What's cope? Who's doing cope?
The decision taken by either the House of Representatives or the Senate. But I do believe it will happen. I do believe that these are very slow processes. We have to remember that the lobby is still connected to the.
It is also really funny, yeah.
The multinational corporation that still see Israel as a good investment for high tech, pharmaceutical technologies, and of course security and military industries. We should not underestimate the importance of these powerful lobbies to join forces with the lobby of Israel. But again, the question is, do these lobbies need Israel if indeed the Arab world is going to provide a much better and easier markets or collaboration, you know? These, I think the bottom line of what we are talking about is, A, not to take a determinist view on American policy. Also, historically, I can show that it was not always, as people think, totally anti-Palestinian and pro-Israeli. So let's not take a determinist view on it. Secondly, there are all kinds of possible scenarios. One through a more progressive democratic success, one through maybe less attractive to me, but a more isolationist Republican success. Either way, it's part of the same, metrics of processes that lead us to think
Thanks for the blue fella.
that the position of Israel becomes much more vulnerable and precarious as we look into a more distant future.
So do you place the recent purchase of things like TikTok and the installation of prominent Zionists in CBS News? Yes.
CBS, yes.
Whatever the
Yeah.
yeah, that's right. In the US, do you see that as part of that tactic to try and reassert itself amongst the younger audiences?
Yeah, I'm interested in his take on this.
Support.
Yeah, and it won't work.
He's right. Yeah, and it won't work. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You want to know how it won't work, chat? You want to know an example of why it won't work? Erica Kirk Town Hall. So this is from CBS, right? CBS News presents a town hall with Erica Kirk. David Pakman's video on it. David Pakman's 9-minute and 58 seconds long video on it has got 30,000 more views, and he released it a day ago. Less than a day ago. Saying that it was an absolute disaster. A disaster. CBS News presents a town hall with Erica Kirk, 106,000 views 2 days ago. That's it. It's not doing more numbers than that. It's just not going to do more numbers than that. Moderated by Barry Weiss. No one knows who she is, really, right? It's only like political news cycle sickos like us who even know who Barry Weiss is, right? Extended a town hall with Erica Kirk, 76,000 views 2 days ago. That's crazy, man.
Hey, want that one.
Krill! With the £4.20. Thank you so much for subbing off Twitch. Thank you so much for supporting the stream. I'm a news cycle psycho and I don't even know who he is. Yes, well, first of all, she's not even a he. She's a she. So there you go. Takeaways from Erica Kirk's CBS News town hall. Now, what has this got to do with Israel? It's not got like a huge amount to do with Israel, but what I will tell you is that it is absolutely, there are attempts in this to normalize Israel and wash its reputation. It happens, right?
Erica Kirk defended her husband's work during this weekend's exclusive
Now, what will be really interesting is if on this CBS News report from 24/7 CBS News mornings, it will be interesting if they actually say anything along the lines of, this is what she said about Israel.
Town hall with CBS News editor-in-chief Barry
Because
Weiss.
what you have to remember is that Candace Owens is currently accusing Erica Kirk of washing the reputation of Israel, saying that she was part of Charlie's death. She allowed him to die, all this kind of stuff. She's in league with Israel. He was gonna move away from promoting Israel, and that's why all this happened and shit like that, right? So that's why they got Erica Kirk on here to be like, yeah, don't say this stuff about my dead husband. Don't say this stuff about me. Don't say this stuff about Israel. It's really insane. He was killed by a radical Marxist, a radical left-wing Marxist, right? That was the whole point of the show.
It was frank, it was honest, and at times emotional.
No, it was not frank, and it was not honest.
Was asked about Charlie Kirk's controversial comments, Erica Kirk said he tried to let people express different opinions and in no way encourage people to act violently. Listen.
My husband never incited violence. He never once said, go after them because they're saying XYZ and they deserve to die. My husband never once said that, and he never would. What did he say? Come to the front of the line. I'll put my mic down. Tell me why you believe that. Well, that's interesting. I never thought of that. But have you thought of this? People heckling, laughing at them. Stop. It took a lot of courage for them to come up here. Stop doing that.
He never did that. He never did that.
He gave them a microphone. He didn't take away a moment for them to speak back. He gave them a microphone.
So what if Erica's been a Mossad-raised Red Room Black Widow assassin since birth? She's a grieving widow with millions of dollars. That's absolutely the Candace Owens line.
They gave him a bullet in the neck.
What did they do? They gave him a bullet in the neck.
All right, let's bring in CBS News chief Washington analyst.
Oh, it's so good. She did so bad that they're just bringing like another guy in. Instead of like, they're showing like a bit more of her, but like not too much. God, that's so funny. She was so bad, chat. I watched Hassan reacting to it, and it's like there's some bits where she looks like an actual demon. Like there's some bits where she really looks like a demon. Like I posted this on my Blue Sky. I think it was on Sunday because this is when they were doing it. Yeah, man. Like, look at the way she's looking at this guy. They brought this guy on. This guy was the guy who asked Charlie Kirk the question about like trans shooters in order to, he was trying to have like a debate with him about like, why saying that transgender shooters, every shooter is a transgender or whatever, or like, a psycho leftist is wrong. And he, came on the show to like finish the debate with Erica Kirk. And like all he's doing is just like asking her like a basic question about him. All he's doing is asking her a basic question about him. And her face, like look at her face. Listen, I'm not going to sit here and criticize someone's makeup because I'm not a makeup user. But I have heard other makeup users say that her eyeliner is shite. And people have spoken about her eyeliner and said things like, well, the reason that she ends up looking like a demon a lot of the times is because she's super blonde and got super blue eyes, and her eyeliner and mascara is just like, it just emphasizes the blue eyes, and so it just makes her look evil. And also she's got like the eyebrows that are like, they just kind of look angry, right? Hey, Elron Hubwood, how you doing? Welcome in. Charlie's motto was never admit that you're wrong. Yes, correct. That's the truth. That's the truth about this shit.
Robert Costa. So Bob, talk about the...
Wait.
Country, everyone can be heard. In totalitarian societies, only the powerful can be heard.
Well, I've always pledged to you.
Did they just have a Tucker Carlson ident? That's crazy.
Search. So, I mean, well towards the Kirk family.
She's doing her makeup like a new boyfriend, JD Vance.
We'll be right back. No special guest.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, Nitric Boost, the all-time fan favorite, is now back in stock at
Hell yeah, dog. Give me that fucking Nitric Boost. InfoWars MD branded. Hell yeah. That's what I really want. What I could really do with is a boost of nitrate. I want to look like this lady. I want to look as healthy as this lady. And as healthy as this man. He looks so fucking healthy, dude. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. She could be using brown for lining, and if she wants to go that natural with the rest of it. I'm also blonde and blue eyes. Heavy black eyeliner, just doing it for alt looks where you want to be a vampire. Yeah, right. That's what people have been saying, yeah. Yeah, he's definitely boosting his nitrics. Yeah. That's what you need, chat. You just need a lot of nitrates. You want to go plant mode. That's what you need to do in order to get based and in order to understand the transcendent politics of Alex Jones. Just go plant mode. It's nitrates, baby, all the way down.
Insight that we gleaned from this town hall into Charlie Kirk and how Turning Point is expected to move forward in the future.
It's good to be with you in this town hall hosted by CBS News and the editor-in-chief, Barry Weiss. It was not so much about what it revealed about Charlie.
What the fuck was that? What the... Hold on a hot minute. What the fuck? What was that intro? It's good to be with you at this town hall. First of all, you're not at the town hall. You're in a news report the day after the town hall, analyzing it. That's what you're doing. And you're not with Barry Weiss. This is crazy. What's going on?
Or in the future.
It's good to be with you in this town hall hosted by CBS News and the editor-in-chief, Barry Weiss. It was not so much about what it revealed about Charlie Kirk, though we learned a lot about how his widow perceives him.
Just say anything, man.
Legacy. We really learned a lot about Erica Kirk and her own plans for the future, how she wants to carry on Charlie Kirk's mission. It's a complicated job running.
She's not going to do that. Spoiler warning, chat. She's not going to do that. Charlie Kirk, the reason that people liked Charlie Kirk, and when I say people liked him, the reason that fascists liked Charlie Kirk is because, I mean, first and foremost, checkbox number one for those freaks, he's not a woman. He wasn't a woman. So she's already losing in that regard. Secondly, he never used emotional language once in his life, except for when Cenk was in the audience of one of his shows and he started yelling, "I live like a capitalist every day, Cenk." That was that. That was the only time he ever used emotional language. She uses emotional language and is emotional all the time. Yeah, man. She just doesn't have the sauce. She just doesn't have the sauce. It's crazy. Hey, Grandpa Simpson, what's up? I'm calling it now. JD's going to divorce his wife and get engaged to Erica while campaigning for president in 2027. Could be, yeah. Yeah, could be. Yeah, this shit. Yeah. Oh.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Cenk.
Yeah, that literal soundbite. This is the only time Charlie Kirk ever used emotion in his voice.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Cenk.
That's the only time he ever did it. Erica Kirk has used all of her screen time over the last 3 months. Chat, can you believe it's been 3 months since Charlie Kirk got fucking shot up? That's mad.
An organization like Turning Point,
it's just absolutely mad.
She now does demands a lot of time, and it demands a certain kind of presence on so many of these college campuses nationwide, where Charlie Kirk really did what his wife said, Erica Kirk said, which is to try to engage with people of different views.
So we've seen a lot of political violence in recent months, Bob, as you know, and you've covered it. I want to play what she said about who's to blame.
You can choose to have evil in your heart, or you can choose to have light.
By the way, this is in answer to this guy's question, which was like, I can't remember what it was. It was something along the lines of what do you think about political violence and stuff like that? Like, you know, Charlie like said that there would be political violence and stuff like this, or something like that. And her response to it is just this like wishy-washy, you could choose to have evil in your heart or you could choose to have light, and it's like, she just sounds like a crazy person.
What you consume and what you absorb from the outside world will manifest itself.
She looks so evil as well.
I never agree with political violence.
Do you think our political leaders have a responsibility to turn the temperature down right now?
Oh, that was the question. He literally said, you've spoken a lot recently about political violence and how it's bad and it killed your husband. What do you think about Donald Trump saying that some senators should be hanged for sedition? That was the question. And she just didn't answer it. She just completely sidelined it. But then Barry Weiss also like presses her on it a little bit, and this is her response.
Well, I think everyone has a responsibility to do that, and I'm doing my part.
To be fair, that's the kind of evasive answer that Kirk would have given as well. But she's just doing it in the worst way. She just doesn't have his like. He must have like trained himself in the mirror every day to be like, I will not show emotion. You know? I will not show emotion. She can't help herself but frown. She just can't help but frown. She's just frowning. You know? She's not built for it.
I'm not in control of other people.
What's your reaction to
She also
that?
does a lot of this. She's always going like, and that's like, the body language there is just like, you're just saying that you don't know. You're just saying that you don't know, man. Weird how his evasion stat was so high, and yet... Yeah, that's crazy.
Vlad, in the wake of Charlie Kirk's assassination, I really, as a reporter, tried to reckon with political violence in this country. And for CBS Sunday Morning, we went down to Nashville, Tennessee to talk to the historian John Meacham about the history of violence in this country and how violence is so antithetical to what the country's founding values are all about. And so Barry Weiss's question is, and the question from the audience is about, you know, what's the future here? How are political leaders of all parties supposed to engage with this question of political violence? And it's very evident when you look
this
at
reporter has no idea where he is.
as a journalist that American leaders, global leaders, but let's focus on the U.S., have since the founding had to deal with how do you handle free speech and the specter of violence when speech gets heated and discussions get very inflamed. And it's
you have to fight a war to make the country happen. Yeah.
America Kirk said, try to assassinate someone, as they did with Charlie Kirk, and were successful, unfortunately, or in any way just become violent or angry. Anger is fine, but when it leads to physical violence or gun violence, it veers off course.
Oh my God, she is absolutely the modern Meghan McCain. No, that's crazy. Oh my God, Husker, that is actually the correct take. And also so similar in terms of what she would talk about. Meghan McCain was my father, my father, my father, and she's going to be my husband, my husband, my husband. Yeah. That's crazy, man.
That's dark. And what we're seeing right now is we're at another crossroads. Whether it's a mass shooting or a political assassination, so many elected leaders are trying to figure out, how do you not just, so as we use that phrase, bring the temperature down, how do you try to create a construct for debate in this country where violence isn't seen as an option on the table?
Yeah, it's such an interesting point that you make, Bob, because you and I have covered the recent wakes of violence in this country. And
it's such an interesting point that you make, Bob, because it's completely uninformed by historical analysis of this country. Any kind of historical analysis.
Oftentimes, our political leaders will say, well, no, I'm not stoking violence, but in a way, the language that is often used, you don't know who's absorbing that language. So when you try to diminish by using language that suggests that someone who disagrees with you is perhaps less than or not American or less than a full person. You don't know how language like that, or when the press is attacked and told that they are members, that they are enemies of the people, you don't know how people who may already have violent tendencies will absorb that kind of language. So
it's so crazy that CBS has just turned into this absolute mouthpiece for Israel, but at the same time trying to maintain this liberal idea of, you know, oh, well, we could get targeted by the president. He could say that we're, you know, fake news, right? And it's like, yeah, he probably will, bro. Like, it's coming pretty soon. I'm not gonna lie. Me, the Native American descendant. Yes, please. How did you do that? Yes. How did you get to this point of trying to say that the USA is not about violence? Hey, one who reads, almost like acknowledging the reality of stochastic terrorism. Yeah, almost, but not quite. Not quite.
It's me that it's not just about,
because CBS will be responsible for stochastic terrorism if it continues to glaze Israel and dehumanize Palestinians and any other country that supports Palestinians.
Condemning violence, which they always do. It's sort of the language around the issues that seek to diminish or dehumanize the
so other. So wild. Will anyone at CBS ever condemn the violence of the colonial project of Israel? Will anyone ever do that? Will anyone at CBS ever do that?
Other side.
I am a little bit stun-locked, yeah, because we were looking at the Ilan Pappe thing, but we're nearly done with that, but we'll come back to it in a hot minute. Also, I kind of want to see what Alex Jones is saying.
Maybe we can have you back tomorrow or something for a whole hour.
Who's this?
We'll do it if you can set it up. That's probably the way to do it, not wait for podcasts. Is just in general, you know, the branch of Judaism you're in, I saw the Jews that survived. They seemed very eloquent. Right after it happened, they told the truth. All the videos that came out proved they were right. The police standing down. Now they're blaming right-wingers, saying that's the real threat. The prime minister saying they're going to take the guns. I mean, just all of this.
Oh my God, he's talking about fucking Bondi Beach. Oh my God, he's talking about Bondi Beach. Oh my God.
You see all of this going because this is here. I mean, Islam, the Muslim Brotherhood has said they're launching their offense. And we said months ago, get ready, and now it's beginning. And it's allied with the left. What do you think overall is about to happen, and how do we stop it? Andrew Mayer at alexjonesgame.com. You produced a great video game. And the Andrew Meyer on band.video. I guess you're still banned on X. You should get back on there. We should talk to Ilan about that next time I talk to him. So, Andrew, we only got limited time, but that's kind of my prelude there. What do you say to all that?
Well, I think you're right on the money. Literally every single thing that you said, right on the money. As to your question, where are things going? This is a PR offensive, a charm offensive. As you said, there are attacks planned in the West. We're already seeing it happen. The Christmas festivals across Europe, you know, we're seeing Islamic terrorism at these events. And then you go online, and even when there's a shooting in Australia just now, you're seeing people, even supposed right-wingers like the Groypers, saying, oh no, this was a false flag immediately. No intelligence at all, just this is a false flag. Israel did it. And then some of them are even celebrating, which shocked me to see these people celebrating because some Jews were killed. Christians were killed.
Bro, what are you talking about? You're talking about actual Nazis. Yeah, you're shocked because you're so focused on demonizing Muslims that you don't see actual people who hate fucking Jewish people all around you, man. Like, that's why you're shocked by that. You fucking clown.
Raping and murdering. It's could not be more black and white. The solution to these problems, they must go across Europe. The word is remigration. England, Germany, Sweden, France. You know,
yeah, this is great. This is just great stuff.
Or Charlie Hebdo. These weren't all Mossad attacks. This is Islamic terrorism. But because Israel is geopolitically unpopular, not without reason. There are reasons to not like Israel's politics.
Yeah, what
but
would they
that
be?
does not excuse Islamic terrorism or make it good for Muslims to come to the West en masse. If you look at their behavior in the West, it's raping, murdering, terrorism. This is not helpful for America.
Yeah, just good stuff happening on the Alex Jones show there, chat. Let's get back to some intellectual stuff for a minute, so that we don't have our brains coming out of our ears.
Because TikTok, in the end of the day, is a means to a goal. It's not the goal itself. It's just a vehicle, and the passengers determine the direction.
I thought he was describing Israel there for a sec. Yeah,
the manufacturer of the car, so to speak. So I don't think it will work. And yes, I think this is like the tough legislation against BDS. All that is a fight back. Of course, they're fighting back for their power. I don't think they even fight back anymore for Israel. I think that's what I write in the book. I said that the lobby became a powerful organization that seeks power for the sake of power. I don't think they're even working for Israel anymore. They enjoyed decades and decades of being so powerful, they don't want to lose it. And that's why, by the way, as I show in the book, a more conscientious members of AIPAC in the early 1990s began to leave the organization because they felt that this is not working for Israel, that this was working for the lobby itself. So I really don't. I know it's very difficult to convince people because they seem so powerful. They buy this and they buy that, and they dominate this organization, the other. Yes, this is the last battle, and it's a fierce battle. But I do believe it's doomed to fail. Like so many acts in history where things that campaigns based on populism, coercion, power, for a while are very successful because they intimidate, they terrify people, and they destroy. So it's easier to destroy than to build. But in the long run, they're not sustainable.
Yep.
And we have to believe that they're not sustainable.
Yeah. That speaks to the
otherwise the whole human society, the whole globe is in danger if these things are sustainable for life.
Correct.
Yeah.
I think that speaks to the point from your recent interview with Mehdi Hassan that history is not the history is cyclical rather than linear. And I think as a historian, I think we should we should heed that. But can you just unpack that a little bit more? What do you mean by history is cyclical rather than linear?
Yeah, I mean that we were there before, not in the same way, but we were there before in ages, and in age where populism, cynical politics, expansionist empires, political and economic elites that disregarded the main concerns of their societies. We were there before, and they fell. They fell when eventually people had enough. And created a different kind of politics. And this will return. And you can already see it. You know, when millions of people demonstrate for Palestine in the last 2 years, they don't only demonstrate for Palestine. They demonstrate for different kind of politics in their own country because there is a connection in their eyes for the immoral position on Palestine and the immoral position on ecological justice, poverty, immigration. You know, all the things that they realize two things, and you can see it from the discourse and the impulse that brings them to the kind of the center of the city, if you want to demonstrate. One is that not one country can solve the real issues that face the world, whether it's global warming, poverty, wars, and so on. This is not something one state or even an empire can take upon itself. You need global cooperation. And for global cooperation, you need the global justice system, which we don't have, and hopefully we will have. And Gaza proved that we don't have a universal international justice. So that's the first thing. The second thing that they see
the army to save the world.
The lack of interest of their politicians in the issues that I just mentioned, the other injustices.
The main thing folk realize is we're next. I think it's deeper than that. I genuinely do. I genuinely think it's deeper than that. I think that what folk realize is that it's just bad to treat other humans like this. I think that's the main thing. I genuinely believe it comes from an idea of empathy and like putting yourself in someone's shoes. Like when you see what has happened in Palestine and you go, oh my God, like, you know, imagine that you hadn't heard about Palestine or the Palestinian struggle in your entire life. All of a sudden you're going through TikTok and you just like, you see like someone like me, you know, I did it when after October the 7th happened, and I was saying like, this literally happened because of the history of fucking Palestine and its oppression by the so-called state of Israel and this, that, and the other. And all of a sudden people are going like, whoa, what do you mean? What have they done? Oh my God, they did this in 1948. Oh my God, they did this in 1967. Oh my God, then they continued to do this up until 1999. Oh my God, and then they kept doing it after 1999. Oh my God, and for 18 years they've done this in Gaza. And they go, holy fucking shit, bro. And they look at it and they go, that's just dog shit, man. I think that people just go like, you can't treat people like that. I just think that that's what it is. I think it comes from a place of selfishness for sure in some cases where people go, oh, actually, I would like, you know, famously, I talk about like the reason that I want communism to happen is because I just want to be able to play video games and be safe in the knowledge that like everyone in the world has justice. All I want to do is play the big video game made by, you know, the party, right? I want to play the video game to end all video games, constantly updated all the time. You don't need any new game. You just keep playing the same one, and that's it. And we all enjoy luxury communism. You know, that's the future I want. I famously talk about that selfish attitude that I've had in the past, but also like people contain multitudes, don't they? And like I don't just want that. I want an end to suffering. Most of us are communists because we want an end to suffering, right? Anyone with morals was already against Israel's fast regime. No, that's not true. No, that's just not true. I think a lot of people with morals didn't know about it. And I think there's a lot of people like, you know, I think that what you're missing in your interpretation, Elron, is that there's a lot of people all over this world who are completely turned off to politics, and that's because capitalism wants people turned off to politics. They don't want people understanding what is going on in Palestine. They don't want people hearing about what life is like in Iran. Yeah, anyone who knew, absolutely. But yes, you know, there's a lot of people who did not know. I had no idea about the genocide since 2022, and I already thought I was a commie. There you go. There's so many people who just did not know what was going on at all.
Immoral position on Palestine, and and I think that creates in me the hope that, because I do believe that the issues are much bigger than Palestine and concern everyone on the globe. I have to believe that humanity has the power to go back again as it did.
I do underestimate the lack of interest in politics. Yeah.
You know, try at least.
Lots of people are just working to survive, which is of course politics. Lots of people are just like in their job every single day, and all they want to do is they want to come home, eat the slop, fucking fuck the person that they love, and go to sleep, right? And that would be great, because that is great if you have the freedom to do that. But there's lots of people in this world who don't, right? And the majority of the people in the Imperial Core are people who are privileged enough to do those things. You have to work, you have to toil, and things are getting worse for people who are working, which is why more and more people are getting politicized. But even still, nowadays, there are lots of people who are just like, right, I got the payday in the bank. I'm gonna drink the slop. I'm gonna eat the slop. I'm gonna fuck the person I love and go to bed. I'm gonna watch the movie. I'm gonna watch the slop. Yeah. Or you could say it like this: I'm gonna eat the slop. I'm gonna drink the slop. I'm gonna make the slop. That's the sex. I'm gonna watch the slop, and then I'm gonna dream slop. Yeah.
Relation between what we do.
It's just what people are like. People want to do that shit.
Our ecology, our societies, and not only base our politics on self-interest.
You've been to the Labour Party conference, I see.
Other people, their aspiration and the quality of life.
Just on that point,
we watched all of it on stream.
In your book, Israel on the Brink, you actually towards the end, you take up an issue with capitalism, which I just wanted to build on a little bit. I recently interviewed a prominent Balkan security analyst, Zlatko Hadžidević.
Yes, correct. For decades, if you asked about Palestine, people would say it's complicated, and also, don't you want the Jewish people to have a safe place to live? Yes, absolutely. Absolutely.
Who's built his career on the link between capitalism and nationalism, builds on.
Let me pet animal, play game, be able to sleep without being kept up by the reality that the horrors are happening for no good fucking reason. Yes.
Thinking of thinkers like Gellner and Anderson, Imagine Communities.
Yeah.
It builds on their thinking that nationalism and capitalism are very closely intertwined. And his prediction, at least given the current state of affairs, is that in our hyper-capitalized world, we require authoritarianism. I wonder how that sits with you and whether you see some links between what you're saying, especially given what you've talked about.
Ilan Pappe is going to say, yes, this can be reflected in the entirety of Israel. Israel is an authoritarian regime which discriminates entirely based on nationality and an imagined nationality based on theocracy. It is also hyper-capitalist. You know?
About the economic troubles that Israel faces, but of course much of the world, especially the West, faces anyway.
Yeah, I do think that capitalism has many versions, and we should not lump them all together. But I think the kind of capitalism,
of course, that
is evolving
of today,
exactly, recently, is very much based on this idea that economic interest.
Well, you have to. I think what Ilan Pappe is saying there is that you have to understand capitalism with imperialism and with an understanding of what's the other one? Neoliberalism, neoliberal, imperialist, capitalism. It's also white supremacist, right?
Of the few and not of the many are the compass that leads to decision taken, whether to support Israel, whether to invest in Gaza, whether to invest in global warming or in fossilized energy. All these decisions are driven by the question of profit, not by question of the welfare or even the survival and sustainability of the globe, which is incredible. So yes, now, because you can see the direct connection here. As I said before, to change that kind of attitude, you need a global cooperation. Nationalism usually is one of the most important impediments for global cooperation. So nationalism says, I don't care about the situation of the water, the quality of the air in the neighboring country. I don't care about the violation of human rights, civil rights in Palestine, 3,000 kilometers far away from where I live. All I care, and I may even do something about these things in my own country, in the name of nationalism. But that would be ineffective. It would have no impact, even if there is a genuine wish among capitalists to solve some of these problems. They cannot do it because they are so tied in with nationalism. Absolutely, and I think the role of the left is to bring back the idea of universalism, but in a different form that they did in the past, because they need to be connected to indigenous people, to traditions, for people's respect for religion and tradition and so on, all kinds of things that.
Hello, Apple Chips. Did he say 6-7 kilometers? Yes, probably.
By the left.
But I don't think he was referencing the 6-7 meme.
Fortunately, in the 60s and the 70s of the last century. So there is a way of creating a different kind of.
I gotta put this coat on. It's getting so cold here, man. Fuck me.
Has to include a different version of economic and social justice compared to what capitalists are offering us.
Which is a huge challenge.
Absolutely.
Because it's not just changing one country, two countries. It's changing
relationship status, it's complicated. You made that joke, Elron, about the Facebook relationship status thing where you could put it's complicated. But people were making jokes about that years ago. I remember people making I saw a meme about that in like 2011. And it was literally like Israel, Palestine, relationship status, it's complicated. That was literally a meme. I'm sure I can fucking find that. I'm absolutely certain I can find that.
Well, we need intersectionality. All these struggles, I mean, all these struggles need intersectionality. They need to be united. They cannot be localized. They have to be globalized. Because also the local balance of power is usually against the minority, the oppressed.
Chat, whatever you do, don't Google Israel-Palestine relationship status meme, because there's so much insane shit on here. Oh my god, what is happening here, dude? Bro, what the fuck is this? Israel-Palestine conflict solved. This is just giving Palestine less just giving Palestine less land again, but in a different way. That's all that is. Big wall in middle. Like, don't you understand there are already walls, you fucking freak? Yeah, whatever you do, don't Google that. It's so bad.
Power it is by globalizing it.
So conscious of our time, and I know we've only got a couple of minutes, but what I do really want to ask you is the fifth crack you identify is the Israeli army invincible. So after decades of projecting this invincibility, how has the IDF actually performed?
Bro, this is crazy. This is so crazy. There's so many crazy things here. What the fuck is this? Is this like a real book? Love Israel, support Palestine, and it's like someone putting their hand up on a mirror. They now have a free Palestine thing on, but like they're like touching the version of themselves that was an IOF fascist soldier that probably killed children. This is mad, bro. This is absolutely fucking mad, dude. What the fuck is happening? Hey, Michael Bay, what's up? The McDonald's in there was crazy. The McDonald's in there was crazy as well.
Gaza, Lebanon, and of course...
He evolved as a human, yeah.
You know,
but he also has like a nostalgia for when he used to shoot Palestinian children.
Is this a myth that's now being challenged?
Well, a little bit it is. You have to remember, the Israeli army was very successful on three accounts. When the war was short, when it was fought on the other side's territory, and when Israel initially...
I can't find this meme that I was talking about. I can't find it.
Were not there on the 7th of October. And it seemed that when you are engaged in a long war that at first is being fought on your own soil, and you are not the one who initiated it, that even vis-a-vis a small guerrilla army like Hamas, you find it very difficult to win. Imagine what would have happened.
I'm not gonna find this fucking thing, chat. I'm not gonna find it. It was so old.
Joined forces with Hamas on the 7th of October. We don't know how it would have unfolded.
Apple Chip says he's right. The other forms of capitalism are not as bad as the current one. He's not excusing the system. He knows the falling rate of profit leads to worse and worse forms of capitalism. Yeah, I wasn't criticizing him.
And we definitely don't know how this army will be able to deal with...
You're right, Grandpa. Yeah, you're right. I can't judge him for things he did 3 months ago.
Of Israel change. In other words, a message for the Israelis is that yes, you have huge air power, which works very well against the ghetto of Gaza.
There was an old joke about a guy in the bathroom, a guy that's in the bathroom, and an Israeli guy comes in and he says, "Sorry, disputed," because he thought disputed was Hebrew for militarily occupied. Yeah, that's a good one.
And maybe also against Iran with the help of the Americans.
Never heard that.
Force. But eventually you have to think about conventional wars that are not only won by Air Force and so on. And most important with anything, and with this I would end because I think that's the most important thing that I'm saying for me, that I want to say in the book. The message even of the opposition in Israel, not just the government.
It sounded for a second like he was making excuses, right? Yeah.
Is that the next 50 years would be the same. You have to fight all the time, and you have to win all the time. This is a terrible message, which explains why anyone in Israel who has the ability to leave is leaving. Because it's, in terms of statistics, it's quite possible that you won't win all the time. And they already got a taste for one day of not winning. I think that I do hope, I'm still hopeful about it, that maybe it's a post-traumatic reaction, that at least a more significant number of Israeli Jews would learn the right lesson from the 7th of October, which is you can't do it through violence, you can't win through wars. The army is not the vehicle for the survival of a society. And you're lucky, because I do believe that the basic impulse of the Palestinians is to share the land with you peacefully.
Yeah.
Fortunately, your basic impulse as an ideological society is to replace the Palestinians.
Like, this is the thing. They are so lucky that they're doing it to Palestinians. Because Palestinians are the most caring and understanding and thoughtful fucking people that you could possibly think of. You know what I mean? Like, they were I've been saying this, and it's only history. I'm only talking about history. It's only just facts of history that the Palestinians welcomed Jewish people who were fleeing anti-Semitism in Europe, because they were like, it's crazy that they hate you there. Why would they hate you? You're our brothers, you're our sisters. Come and live in the Holy Land with us. This is where you belong. That's what it was like. When the first fucking boats of Zionist militias started coming, they were just like, yeah, man, these guys aren't here to murk us off. They're here because they're escaping anti-Semitism. That's dope. Legends. It's sad, but like, yes, you can live here with us and it'll be fine. And it was just not reciprocal whatsoever. And that's one of the most heartbreaking things about all of it, is that, like, if that is truly what Jewish people wanted, if that is truly what Zionists wanted, they could have had it. They could have had it without killing anybody. But of course, Zionists were so bloodthirsty and informed by the colonial nature of the imperial core at the time that they were like, yeah, man, we gotta murder people. We gotta murder people like the British murdered the British, French, and Spanish murdered Native Americans. We gotta murder people like the Belgians murdered Africans, like the Dutch murdered Africans. And that's what they did, because it was a popular thing to do. This is a 44-minute video. We're not going to watch this, I don't think. What's this? Drop site news. Yeah, okay. I think we're going to miss that as well. What is currently happening? What is currently happening in Israel? What are they doing? What are they talking about? Well, as we have talked about already on the stream, Israel are, in fact, saying that the next best move for them is to go to war with Iran again. That's what they're saying. They're saying, hey, I don't think we got spanked hard enough last time. I think that we should threaten the entire existence of our Zionist colonial fascist project, and I think that we should attack Iran. How are they doing this now? Well, they are saying that the Bondi Beach shooting was done by Iran. That's what they are saying. I got a couple of articles that we're going to fly through, and then we're going to hit up the UK saber rattling that's going on as well. But before I do that, chat, please do not forget, this is a stream that is ran by me. It's my job. I do it every day. Please consider subscribing either on or off Twitch. As you can see, we got the sub goal. We have hit the midway points for both the sub goal and the dono goal. This stuff pays, as it says on the dono goal, for my food, my bills, my rent. Please consider donating. Please consider donating. I would only ask you to donate £5 of your money. Do that via the tip link in the chat if you want to affect the dono goal. and do that. And you could just subscribe on Twitch normally as well if you want to impact the sub goal itself. We've hit the midway point, which means that double feature movie night has been unlocked. So this Thursday in the Discord, we are going to be watching Gremlins and Planes, Trains and Automobiles. Classic Christmas movies, even though Planes, Trains and Automobiles is Thanksgiving, but whatever. We don't have Thanksgiving in the UK. And that is what we are going to be watching. So join us in the Discord after the stream on Thursday night. It's going to be cool. We're staying up late to watch movies. And in the meantime, we are going to get into this shit. Iran, enemies of the Islamic State. So who the gunmen were trained by. Yes, correct. That's right. That's how it works. That's just how it works, isn't it? Let's take a look at this. We ignore the colonizer lies holiday.
Hello, me old chum.
It's Christmas now. Yes, exactly. Thank you so much for the follow. Your girl is depressed. Let's show some love to Luna in the chat, folks. Sorry to hear it, Luna. It's not great. Okay, how Israel tried to pin blame for the Bondi Beach shooting on Iran despite clear Islamic State links. Israel is pushing a narrative that Iran was involved in the attack. A deadly shooting at a Jewish festival near Sydney's Bondi Beach on Sunday is being blamed by some Israeli officials on Iran, despite no evidence connecting the suspects to Tehran. A father and son of Indian origin have been named as chief suspects in the attack, with authorities looking at possible ideological motivations, with Islamic State group paraphernalia allegedly found at the site. Despite this, Israel has alleged an Iranian role in the attack, which left 50 people dead, although Tehran and IS are sworn enemies. Key thing here, chat. Sworn enemies. Who are not sworn enemies to the Islamic State? Why, that would be the Zionist colonial project known as Israel. The former inspired by Shia Muslim theology and the latter from the Salafi jihadist school of Sunni Islam. Israeli officials have told some local media outlets that they believe Iranian-backed foreign terror cells could be behind the attack. They say this all the time. They said this when we had the Heaton Park synagogue attack here in Manchester. They said the same thing. And they also said that these Iranian-backed foreign terror cells are Hezbollah, Hamas, and Pakistan-based Lashkar-e-Taiba. That's good, isn't it? What that means is that they are still trying, as Ilan Pappe said earlier in the interview, that when 9/11 happened, Ilan Pappe correctly said that Israel tried to get people to understand where it was coming from in murdering Palestinians en masse by saying this was actually done by Hamas. And of course, it was too late at that point to even consider anything like that. There's no way that anyone could have, if they wanted to, made that connection except for Israel. So, you know, here they are still peddling the same lies. Oh, Hezbollah did this, Hamas did this, they're backed by Iran. Yeah, cool. That's good stuff. It was extremely well organized by a coordinated group and from way ahead of time, and the amount of ammunition and long-range weapons all points to this. One security source told The Telegraph. Israeli media have also promoted the idea of Iranian involvement in the attacks, with analysts presenting several scenarios and possible Israeli responses if this proved true, but presenting little or no evidence to support their theories. So, to be clear, chat, what they're doing is they're going around to different officials in Australia and being like, hey, listen, we think that Hezbollah did this. If you want, we could just, like, nuke Lebanon. It's just shit like that. It's just literally shit like that. Another source told Fox News that Israeli intelligence gave concrete warnings to Australian authorities months ago about potential state-sponsored attack on Australia's Jewish communities, with Iran named as a suspect. To be clear though, they have been doing this for decades. They have been saying this for decades. Muslims are going to bomb you. Iranian-backed fucking terror cells are going to bomb everybody. They say it every week. They say it every fucking week. Canberra also expelled Iran's ambassador in August, alleging that the country was involved in 2 anti-Semitic arson attacks in Australia last year, but Tehran strongly denies the claims. So this is why they're going so hard on Australia with this, because they're like, yes, they're primed to hate Iran. Despite this, Australian authorities appear to be investigating possible links to the Sunni extremist group IS with no indication of an Iranian role in the attack. 2 flags associated with IS were found at the massacre site and linked the 2 suspects, 50-year-old Sajid Akram, who was shot dead by police, and his 24-year-old son Naveed Akram, who is in hospital under police guard. Naveed came to the attention of Australian intelligence in 2019 following his connection to 2 men jailed for foiled IS attacks. 2019. 7 years ago. Almost 7 years ago. Hello, Buddy Bebop. How you doing? Good to see you. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese this week confirmed that the Bondi Beach massacre suspect was previously monitored for 6 months by intelligence before agents concluded he was not a threat. Wow, that's cool, isn't it? The Australian police counter-terrorism system working wonders there, doing really good stuff. Naveed was reportedly close to alleged extremists in Australia, such as Isaac El Matari, a self-declared IS emir. His father, Sajid, was originally from India, but had spent most of his time in Australia since entering on a tourism visa in 1998. Authorities have said he had a license for a number of rifles, which were used for hunting, according to reports. Both Sajid and his son visited the Philippines in November for around 3 weeks, and police in both countries are investigating possible links to this trip and the attacks, with IS being active there. No indication yet linking the Bondi Beach attack to an organized terror operation, and police are still investigating the case to see possible motives and connections behind the killings, which included an octogenarian Holocaust survivor and a 10-year-old. Regardless of any political motivations behind the attack, Australia is now rushing through gun laws to restrict access to firearms. And of course, Muslim Syrian Ahmed Al-Ahmed has been hailed for saving many lives after he bravely confronted one of the gunmen. What else we got here? Iran says dual national held since Israel. War on spy charges is Swedish. So, this is about a person of interest who was held since the 12-day war with so-called Israel for belief that he is a spy. Iran's judiciary said on Tuesday that dual national arrested during the recent 12-day war with Israel, who's been put on trial for espionage, holds Swedish citizenship. I mean, this is one of the biggest indicators that he is actually Israeli, right? Because what have you got in Israel? A bunch of white Europeans, right? Tehran has given few details on the case. One of multiple arrests that took place during and after the brief war in which Israel and then the United States bombed Iran's nuclear facilities. Several of those convicted of working for Israel's Mossad spy agency were subsequently executed. Recently, a case was investigated in Alborz province regarding a dual citizen spy. This person received Swedish citizenship in 2020 and has resided there since, said judiciary spokesman Askar Jahangir. According to the judiciary's Mizan online news agency, this person was identified and arrested on charges of spying for the Zionist regime during the 12-day war. This person was recruited by the Zionist regime services in 2023 and was able to meet in the capitals of 6 European countries with the Israeli agents and receive the necessary training, Jahangir said, without naming the defendant. He said the defendant made several trips to Israel and the last time was 2 weeks before entering Iran. Jahangir said the defendant entered Iran a month before the war and had settled in a villa near Karaj, close to the capital Tehran. He was carrying electronic spy equipment that was identified by officers, adding that the accused had confessed to spying for Israel. He stated the verdict in the case will be issued soon. So, bunch of people being caught out for spying in the in Iran from so-called Israel. Here we have a so-called Israeli publication, the Jerusalem Post, with the hostage ribbon around the T still, even though all the hostages have been returned. That just goes to show how serious they are, they were, about the hostages. Should Israel issue a military response if Iran was behind the Bondi attack? Analysis. That's cool, isn't it? It's cool that they're just saying this. It's crazy. Like, chat, again, remember, I know that sometimes some of the things that I say about Israel can sound like it is conspiratorial nonsense. It is not. These are the kind of the things that the fucking media within the Zionist entity are putting out on the daily thing. Should Israel attack Iran? Should we attack Iran? I can never forget how Mossad's bumblers got away after trying to forge Kiwi passports from dead baby graves after the Christchurch earthquake. Yeah. It's good stuff, isn't it? Good stuff. Senior US official told Fox News that if Iran ordered the Australia attack, Washington would fully support a direct Israeli counterstrike on Iranian territory. Interesting. This is from yesterday, chat. After 50 Jews were murdered in the terror attacks at Bondi Beach, more voices are talking about potential direct IOF responses to terror attacks against Jews on foreign soil. In July, former Prime Minister's office's counter-terror official and INSS fellow Yoram Schweitzer called for ordering such kinetic responses to terror attacks against Jews and Israelis abroad. On Sunday, a senior US official told Fox News that if an Australia attack was ordered by Iran, Washington would fully support a direct Israeli counterstrike on Iranian territory. So, listen, conspiracy guys in chat, I will hand it to you that yes, this is one reason why Israel could want to do a false flag attack on foreign soil. I still do not believe that it is what happened, but I do understand why people believe it. Because, of course, if senior US officials are saying that, you know, if we can find out that they were, you know, controlled by Iran, then Washington will support another war on Iran. Like, they will not go to war with Iran without US support because they know that they will get fucking clapped. That's exactly what this is about. And the Jerusalem Post is just saying it straight up. They're just saying it straight up. They're just being super honest about it. It's like, yeah, we need the US to come to war with Iran with us. And I do believe that that is why they're so desperate to make this about Iran. Because they want to go to war with Iran, but they can't. They will get destroyed. They will get it would be the end, inshallah, of the Zionist entity if they did that. But again, chat, the reason that I don't believe that this is a false flag attack is because, you know, if it was a false flag attack, they would absolutely make sure that they had pro-Palestinian or Hezbollah paraphernalia on them when they got caught instead of IS stuff, without a shadow of a doubt. You know? It would just make sense. Early reports have emphasized the two terrorist ISIS connections and not necessarily Iranian involvement, but the point could hold. They're desperate. It's so embarrassing. With Israel taking the liberty to strike top ISIS officials hiding in Syria, right? So it's like, yeah, we could just do whatever we want in, you know? We could just do whatever we want in Syria, but we need support for Iran. When Schweitzer called for direct military responses instead of covert diplomatic or legal responses to such terror, he could point to greater vulnerability on the part of the Islamic Republic, in addition to strategic reasons for such a shift. What? That doesn't even make sense. Schweitzer wrote, given the measures taken thus far by Israel and other nations have failed to deter Iran from employing terrorism, but they're not employing terrorism, there may be grounds to consider kinetic responses, at least in cases where Iran successfully executes major terrorist attacks. Now we're going to hear about Iran's provocations after the June war. Notice how they're not calling it the 12-day war anymore in so-called Israel, in the Israeli press. And that is because they don't want people to remember that it was only 12 days and they couldn't fucking hold their own against Iran. Until now, international responses to Iran's terrorist activities remain primarily within the legal and diplomatic spheres alongside economic sanctions targeting individuals and entities involved in terrorism, stated Schweitzer. However, he added that in light of Israel's recent willingness to respond directly to Iranian provocations demonstrated following the UAV attack in April 2024 and the missile attack in October 2024, they did this because you bombed them first. It's so crazy that they're just like, yeah, man. Do you remember when they attacked our drones that were flying over their fucking territory? Do you remember when they did that? I can't believe they did that. It was completely unprovoked. Evil Arabs. But they're not Arab. You know, they would call them Arabs, but they're not Arabs. It may be worth considering kinetic responses. Fuck me, man. Naturally, you know, it's literally like I'm imagining a threat in my head and I'm gonna bomb Iran because of it. I'm imagining a thing that is happening in my head and now I'm just gonna bomb Iran. It's so crazy, man. Naturally, such actions should be weighed carefully against potential Iranian retaliatory measures. They would have never said this before the last exchange. So crazy. It's advisable to encourage other nations to adopt a more assertive stance against Iranian terrorism, given the failures of the prevailing policies. All that was in July. As the report failed to mention Israel's massive strike on Iran in June, it is clear that the report was written before that attack took place. Massive strike on Iran. Okay, man. Yeah, someone cut me off in traffic. I'm gonna bomb Iran. That's how these fuckers operate. Unironically. In June, Israel prevailed against Iran's radars, air defenses, nuclear program, top commanders. Every accusation is a confession. Every accusation is a confession. Israel prevailed against Iran's radars. Everything that you're saying here was also achieved by Iran. You know? Wait, what the fuck just happened? That was crazy. What the fuck just happened? Oh my god, there's so much. There's so much here. As such, Schweitzer's idea, seconded on Sunday by a senior US official, is more realistic than ever. They are desperate for this. In pre-war 2023, there was no way that Israel would have openly struck Iranian territory in response to a mere terror attack against Jews and Israelis abroad. What are you at with? What? Oh my god, this is what they think. This is what they actually think about terrorist attacks against Jewish people abroad. A mere terror attack against Jews and Israelis abroad. They don't care, dude. They don't give a flying fuck. They really do view Jews who die in some kind of combat environment or like whatever. They just see them as like weak. It's crazy, man. It's absolutely crazy. There was no way Israel would have openly struck. Also, this is a lie. There is no way that Israel would have struck Iranian territory. Yes, they would have. I know that it's saying here in response to a mere terror attack. It's crazy that like they've had to include these fucking quotation marks here, mere, because they're like, oh, we disagree with it. It's very important. That's mad. Iran remains the greatest threat to Israel with its large arsenal of ballistic missiles. You don't say. You don't say that they remain the biggest threat. Yeah, you don't write about them every single fucking day. It's nowhere near the threat it was before this past June. Okay. If Israel were the first to strike Iran directly, no one doubted that Tehran would have responded with a full ballistic missile onslaught. Yet now Iran knows that if it tried to do this, Israel might prevent it from doing so and cause billions of dollars of additional damage to Iran's military, including killing many of the new Iranian commanders who replaced the former 30 or so. Who the idea of 30 or so? They're like, yeah, maybe we killed 30, I don't know. The Iranian commanders that they killed. Literally like lance corporals, you know? Yeah, I think they killed like a couple who were high up in the military, but it was not... Anyway. Again, dude, like, you know, Israel might prevent it from doing so and causing billions of dollars to additional damage to Iran's military. Dude, they were not stopping bombing you. They were not fucking stopping bombing you until Donald Trump was like, right, stop fighting each other now, kids. That's what happened. so crazy. Former Iranian President Hassan Rouhani has repeatedly stated that even 6 months after the Israeli attack, Islamic Republic's air defenses remain woefully inadequate to compete against Israeli air power. This is not true. This is simply not true. They've fucking like bought air defense shit from China. With that kind of fear and deterrence, Israel might truly be able to risk openly striking Iran, or ISIS for that matter, in response to terror attacks in other countries. What do you mean, or ISIS? Sure, man. Okay, this could pierce Iran's strategic plausible deniability doctrine, make it think twice about such terror attacks. Now they're just pretending it's completely true. Now they're just like, yeah, man, like, they did do the terror attacks. It's real. In contrast, Schweizer's report said that since 2020, Iran has almost been constantly increasing the volume and diversity of its attempts to kill Jews and Israeli abroad, expanding to nearly every continent. This is absolutely batshit. This is absolutely batshit. Schweitzer also wrote that in recent years, Iran has not only relied on criminal entities for financing its operations and supporting its proxy organizations, but has engaged them as direct executors of terrorist attacks. This trend has been evident in attempted attacks in Germany, Sweden, and Turkey. No, wrong. Bottom line, the Islamic Republic has not merely been keeping terror attacks worldwide against Jews and Israelis at prior levels, it's been regularly increasing them. It's just not, it's going off. The thing that they made up, they are just saying, like, yeah, that's gospel now. They are just doing these attacks. They're doing loads of terror attacks, and they're increasing them all the time. There's loads of them happening. This is just absolutely insane. The most insane journalism I've ever seen in my entire life. The Islamic Republic has shown more brazen tactics, roping in criminal groups to do their dirty work and cover their tracks. This is you! This is what you do! Abu Shabab! Come on, man! This is fucking insane. All this ties back into the ballistic missile threat from Tehran. Israel pushed back Iran's nuclear program 2 years from a weapon in June, and the Ayatollahs have made no real attempts to rehabilitating that threat since then. You didn't make a dent in it. However, Jerusalem cannot sit on its laurels and must keep a heavy watch on the nuclear program, but the most immediate threat is Iran pushing ahead with rehabilitating its ballistic missile threat and even seeking to significantly expand that threat so it can overwhelm Israel's missile shield. It already did that. It already did that in June. Could Israel nail two birds with one stone? Use a terror attack by Iran to strike back at both the masterminds and the ballistic missile program. The Jewish state does not want to remain in constant war with Iran. Then stop bombing them! Israel may have entered a period when it is possible to alter the rules of the terror game, press Iran and others to reduce their attacks on Jews and Israelis abroad, lest they face a harsh response on their own turf. This is crazy, man. This is absolutely crazy. Chat, this is from yesterday. This isn't even... I'll never forget what fucking Norm said, man. I think it's in his BBC interview. Yeah. Yeah.
Of Israel, it's a crazy country. It's like a junkie. Every few years they go to war. They need their fix. They're lunatics. American Jews don't want to defend that.
Yeah, Israel is carrying on in a lunatic fashion. I would like to ask you...
And Hezbollah, who you went to meet?
I would like to ask you, name me another country in the world. 2003, Israel was the cheerleaders for the war in Iraq. 2006, it went into war in Lebanon. 2008, 2009, it attacked Gaza. Now it talks about attacking Iran. If you read the Israeli papers every day, they talk about, should we attack Gaza? Should we attack Lebanon? Should we attack Syria? Name me another country in the world that falls into that category.
Well,
that's a lunatic state.
Israel would point to a number of its neighbors and say exactly the same thing.
No, you show me how many countries...
I love the way he's just like, no.
Has Iran planned to attack? No, let's ask a simple question. How many countries in the last 10 years has Iran attacked?
When you look...
No, that's a fair question. How many countries in the last 10 years has Iran attacked?
When you look at the history of Israel, do you not have some sympathy or understanding, people would ask, as to why they feel threatened and why
we're not talking
they
about why they feel threatened. We're talking about a country that every 2 or 3 years goes to war. And if you follow the press as I do, every day they talk about let's attack this country, let's attack that country. That's not normal. And when I call the lunatics,
Mr. Spaghetti,
people vote in
Mr. Biscotti,
this government that you say is responsible for that.
I think it's a regrettable fact. I don't say these things with glee. I'm not happy about that fact. As the American economist, the Nobel laureate Paul Krugman, put it in the New York Times last week, he said it's perfectly obvious Israel's headed towards national suicide. It's become a crazy state. And he says it's not good for Jews, it's not good for the world where Israel is headed.
And yet it's still seen, of course, as the safe haven, the homeland for the Jews. Well, you have a right to live there, although you're banned. Would you...
BBC, like... Chat, what you've got to remember is that this was a program on the BBC in 2012. Right? Tim Davies, or Tim Davey, whatever his fucking name was, the guy that stepped down recently, stepped down because of a pro-Hamas bias. Pro-Hamas bias. This was in 2012, where this fucking I can't remember this lady's name. This fucking journalist just said to Norm Finkelstein, it's a safe haven for the homeland of the Jews, and you have a right to live there, even though you're banned. And look, obviously he's fucking laughing at that fucking comment because, like, have you just heard what you just said? It's a safe haven for the Jews, but I'm not allowed to live there. What do you mean, dog? You'd be safe there, even though you're banned. What? Tim Davey had to resign because of a pro-Hamas bias. A pro-Hamas bias. Let's see what this fucking chump is saying.
People go, oh, that's a false flag. No, they have manifestos. They shoot videos. They say they're going to do it. And then when I'm on the street, do you know? I don't get confronted maybe more than once a month, and I go out in public a lot. Almost every time now, it is a dude. And they don't look like Blair White, where it looks like a girl.
Oh my God, he's talking about transgender.
You're bad. That's their choice as an adult. Fine.
He's talking about transgender shooters. Good stuff, Alex. Good stuff. Hello, Kairos. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Everybody go follow Kairos. He's a great Brazilian comrade. How do I fucking get your name right? There we go. The West's history of racism makes it understandable why Israel feels threatened by the non-white countries surrounding them, BBC. Right, exactly. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. Yeah, Jerusalem Post is Netanyahu's mouthpiece. Correct, Middle-earth Marxist. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Here we go. Israel calls Iran's... This is Iran International, by the way. This outlet. Israel calls Iran's condemnation of Sydney attack deceitful. Israel on Monday doubted Iran's condemnation of a deadly shooting at a Jewish holiday event in Sydney, accusing Tehran of deadly plots towards Jews worldwide, as Australian authorities investigate the attack and assess possible external involvement. Israeli Foreign Ministry spokesman Oren Marmestein dismissed Iran's statement, saying the world record in deception belongs to Iran's Foreign Ministry spokesman. Iran has carried out deadly terrorist attacks against Israelis and Jews in the past and constantly seeks to murder Israelis and Jews around the world. I'm just going to be pressing that. The whole article. No public evidence links Iran or any foreign element to the attack. Yes, that's correct. Israel's response came after Iran's foreign ministry issued a formal denunciation of the shooting at Hanukkah gathering at Sydney's Bondi Beach, where at least 11 people were killed and 29 wounded, according to Australian police. Let's take a look at that. Let's take a look at that condemnation. Iran condemns deadly attack on Jewish holiday event in Sydney. Iran's foreign ministry on Sunday denounced the deadly shooting at a Jewish holiday event in Sydney months after Canberra severed ties with Tehran over allegations of its involvement in attacks targeting Jewish communities in Australia. As a matter of principle, Iran condemns the violent attacks against civilians in Sydney, Australia. Foreign ministry spokesperson Ismail Bakir, I think I'm saying that wrong, said in a post on X, terror, violence, and mass killing shall be condemned wherever they're committed as unlawful and criminal. It's pretty simple, right? It's pretty simple. That's what Iran said, but Israel was like, no, deceitful, lies. Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Saar earlier spoke with his Israeli counterpart Penny Wong after the attack, which Canberra said has designated a terrorist incident. Wong told Saar that Australia was determined to apprehend all those involved. Saar urged Australia to take stronger measures against anti-Semitism, telling Wong that since October the 7th there's been a sharp rise in anti-Semitic incidents in the country. What he means by anti-Semitic incidents is Palestinian flags. Seeing Palestinian flags. Israel's ambassador to Australia, Amir Maimon, said Israeli officials were closely watching the investigation. That's not good. Why? Why are you closely why are you getting involved in this country that is not yours? Oh wait, that's what Israel does all the time. The writing was on the wall, he told Yedi Aronot, citing a rise in anti-Semitic incidents and prior intelligence warnings of a high likelihood of an attack. He said Australian authorities were examining whether external actors may have been involved amid a growing assessment in Israel, pointing to Iran. From the video footage I received, it appears the terrorists studied the area. They fired from a distance, used long-barreled weapons, Maimon said, adding that Australian investigators were still processing information. Australian police said one suspected attacker was killed and another was in critical condition. So, it's cool, isn't it? It's cool, isn't it? What makes you think it's linked to Iran? Well, they fired from a distance using long-barreled weapons. That's how you know it was Iran. That's how you know. Yes, Iran, the country in West Asia with the most Jewish people outside of Israel, wants to kill them all over the world. Yeah, bet. Yeah, it's dog shit. Here we got Forbes, who might ask me to, like, sign in. Oh no, apparently I can just read this. Oh wow, okay, I can get... this is a free article for me. Yes, Monkey Sputum, yeah, except that the guy was fucking Indian. Yes, correct. He does mean that about Palestinian solidarity too. Sadly, there's been an actual emboldening of Australia's neo-Nazi outfits. Not that he gives a shit about that. Well, yeah, of course there has. Yes, the right wing are rising all over the world, and it is not necessarily because of pro-Palestinian sentiment or anything that Israel does. It is because the material conditions of the working class are getting worse and worse, and in all countries like Australia and fucking the UK, the media are just being like, yeah, man. It's actually just immigrants that are making your life bad. So there you go. Israel issues chilling cyber warfare warning after Iran attacks. This was on December the 14th. We've heard this before. The threat of cyber Armageddon in a world where Chinese technology powers energy, telecoms, and transportation infrastructure with its finger on some kind of virtual red button, and where Russia splinternets itself off from the West. Oh, this is already so good, chat. This is already amazing. We've heard this before. The threat of cyber Armageddon in a world where Chinese technology powers energy, telecoms, and transportation infrastructure. Oh no! With its finger on some kind of virtual red button. Oh no! They could nuke the internet! If China... Comrade G, please, all the way from the West. Yeah? Please. I beg you, nuke the internet, dude. Make it happen. It was not good for anybody, I promise you. And where Russia splinternets itself off from the West is absolutely crazy, man. But there's a much sharper cutting-edge cyber threat in the Middle East. That means Israel versus Iran, two of the world's leading offensive cyber states, battling each other continually and quietly, while headlines focus more on the real-world battlefront. Yes, we need Bart Moss from Cyberpunk to kill the net. Correct. Yes. The Director General of Israel's National Cyber Directorate painted an alarming prophecy when addressing the Cyber Week conference in Tel Aviv last week. I already know I don't need to read any of that. I don't need to read any of that. Because I know it's all wrong. I know it's all fake. Oscar said, been very distracted. Did the Bondi Beach shooters were Indian, or did I mishear? Well, of Indian descent, yes. The dad was from India, and he spent a lot of time in Australia since 1998, and his son is obviously of Indian background, but an Australian. I think he's an Australian. One click can bring down a country. Okay. Okay, dude. Okay. Brigadier General Yossi Karady's warning shared via his directorate was shaped by the attack and influence methods Iran has deployed against Israel over the past 6 months. Right, so if they could bring down the country and they hate Israel, why have they not done that? That's my next question to you, Yossi Karady. The DG told his audience the world is heading towards the first cyber-based war in which no shots will be fired and a state could be attacked exclusively through cyberspace, potentially paralyzing critical systems and creating a digital siege. I'm trying to think of like what possible infrastructure is powered by the internet and would like break, like banks. Sure, I guess you could like hack like the, you know, you could hack a bank and stop money from happening. You could maybe hack the stock exchange or something. I don't know. What? I don't know. What else? 1990s movie plot. Yeah, it's mad. It's absolutely mad. Hey, Oxpecker, how you doing? Welcome in. Yeah, your mum can bring down a country with one click. It feels like the movie Hackers. It feels like this motherfucker's been watching the movie Hackers, and he's like, oh no, the main characters in the movie Hackers are like the you know, they're Iran. It's who's living in Iran, you know? I predicted this rise in anti-China cybernetic misinfo campaign in January this year. I just scratched that off the list a couple streams ago, but maybe too soon. No. I think that that's absolutely, you know, astute. It's an astute observation. Yeah, like China is making leaps and bounds in technology and infrastructure, and it has its own stock exchange. It has multiple, you know, stock exchanges, stock markets. Sorry. You know, which are far more sustainable and effective than any in the West, the main one in the West or whatever. And yeah, I think that is going to be the line of attack against China. It's like they're so mysterious with their internet and technology. Oh my God, it's gonna turn, right? It's gonna turn from this idea that the West is like civilized and all these other countries are like, you know, oh, they're backwards, they're living in the medieval times and all this stuff. It's gonna turn into like, we're gonna be the Neanderthals and we're gonna be going unga bunga, shiny screen scary. Who knows what magic is inside the shiny screen of China, right? That's what it's gonna be. It's gonna be absolutely fucked. It's gonna be completely fucked. Like that's what this first paragraph literally is, right? Cyber Armageddon in a world where Chinese technology powers energy, telecoms, and transportation infrastructure with its finger on some kind of virtual red button. Nonsense. Absolutely nonsense. I've never heard anything like it in my entire life. Cyber-based war. No shots will be fired. Paralyzing critical systems, creating a digital siege. This is not a fictional scenario. It's a very real trajectory, Carody warns. Yeah, it's always reassuring when a Zionist Israeli says that. Picture a digital siege. Power stations shut down, communications severed, transportation paralyzed, and water supplies contaminated. How are you doing this via the internet, dude? How are you contaminating? How are you contaminating the water supply with the internet? How are you shutting down a power? Brother, I am being so for real. If your electricity infrastructure is run by the internet, you're an idiot, dude. You're a fucking idiot. Like, your country is stupid. Yes, BYD must have been made with a deal with the devil. Brody Jean, how you doing? Welcome in. They don't even need to when they can collapse our economies overnight. Yeah, literally. Literally. It's so insane. It's because of all the riots when AO3 goes down. What's AO3? The Yellow Peril, 110-year-old Fu Manchu trope that is depicted in East Asia as a backwards yet technologically advanced, coldly logical while emotionally perverse, and a bunch of blatant contradictions. Fu Manchu was the first known supervillain ever created, by the way. I did not know that. Not know that. Alexa, contaminate the water supply with the internet. I hate when the internet gets into my water. Starman's gonna do this. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, AO3 is a fan fiction site. Right, okay, thank you. Yeah. Yeah. That's exactly it. Yeah. While there's a huge focus on critical industrial systems here, there's also a focus on disinformation and cyber action. This is the real thing, man. This is the real thing that they're scared about. What they don't like is that people are learning via the internet, like you, chat, right? I know that a lot of you already know this stuff anyway, but there will be some of you out there that are watching this going like, shit, man, I didn't know this. They're upset about people learning on the internet about the reality of Israel, right? He referenced Operation Rising Lion, in which 1,200 influence campaigns were targeting Israeli civilians. This means that over a 2-week period, millions of citizens received or were exposed at least once to deceptive messages or influence videos. Yeah, they weren't deceptive though. They were like saying, hey, your country is evil and it doesn't care about your safety. You should leave. Oh, that's mad. Again, Iran looms large, Carody says, responsible for targeted information gathering on Israeli military. This is normal spy shit, dude. You threaten them with war all the time. Sorry, man, but if you don't want this to happen, don't be belligerent. Governmental and academic figures for the purpose of physical intimidation, a shift. Bro, Israel sent a fucking call to multiple Iranian officials during the 12-day war that was like, hey, listen, man, there's a guy pointing a fucking sniper rifle in your window right now. You gotta say that you disavow the Iranian regime immediately. Otherwise, you're getting shot. Like, this is like a real thing that happened. I think we listened to it on the stream. It's fucking absolutely mad. Hey, Helgina, are you a member of the Turtle Island Liberation Front? No, I am not, and I disavow. How dare you deceive our population? That's our job. Yeah, real that energy. It's that Iranian dimension that makes this so critical. While the US and its allies will continue to contest China and Russia with their respective access, the first real hybrid cyber war will be in the Middle East, and it's likely not far away. Our total dependence on digital systems, Karate warns. That sounds like a you problem, dude. Combined with the explosion of AI across every domain. Every domain of life brings extraordinary opportunities, but also new threats, giving cyber adversaries an almost unlimited arena. Zach Doffman. He just reposts Forbes. Are these like his articles that he's reposting? Apple's iPhone security. Even Putin can't beat iMessage. Bro, so he's like the technology guy at Forbes. That's who this guy is. And all he does is talk about how, like, AI is really good. Google Android, he loves Google Android. This is all like client journalism for the Mag 7. This is crazy, man. Pressure of the FBI's account takeover warning last week with more than $260 million stolen. The Bureau has issued a new warning for smartphone users. Yeah, man, let's just, like, be the mouthpiece of Kash Patel's FBI. Okay. Here's what he's fucking reposting. Nothing warms my heart like people telling me what I can and can't do in my own country. Maybe I'll just run for Prime Minister and teach these bozos how we do things here. Tamer Massoudin. I'm the Zionist your mum told you to worry about. So they're quoting Michael Brooks in this, which I know this is going to make me mad. I know that this is going to make me mad. For sure.
You're not.
My job couldn't get any easier.
If you're a European Jewish background, you have a nice life there. You're not. You are, even inside 67 borders, not a fully equal citizen.
Well, I'm an Arab Israeli who was born inside the borders of 67, 28 years ago, and from the day I was born, I became an Israeli citizen. So is my mom, my dad, my grandparents, my cousins, my siblings, all the people that I went to high school with, and 21% of the population of the state. Not to mention this cool-ass passport that I got from the state of Israel, which grants me the same global access as all the Jews who live in...
Oh, cool. I got a passport. Yeah, that's so cool, dude. That means that you've definitely got equal rights.
The country. The same country in which I spent 2 years serving, like any other citizen should, and the same country in which I voted 6 times in the last 10.
Bro, what is this? Like, I have equal rights to serve in the IOF fascist military. Okay, bro. What point are you making?
Years more than any Palestinian can say, and 2 of these times were for Arab parties in our parliament.
More than any Palestinian can say, but you just said... Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute, dude. Hang on a minute. You just said that it doesn't matter who you are. You can have equal rights if you live in Israel. Okay.
Same parliament that I worked for while getting my education from Israel's first private university, in which I studied with a...
Buddy, that's a private university. Israel's first private university. You had to get your education from a private university. You couldn't get state education because you're an Arab Israeli. Oh my god, this is so dumb, bro. This is so fucking dumb. I had a friend who is... I don't think he's my friend anymore. He sent me a video like this. I don't think it was by this guy, but they do this fucking often. They like pay Arab Israelis money to do this influencer shit. And then they say all kinds of like absurd things where they're like, yeah, man, I've got the same rights to be able to kill any Palestinian that I want as other Israelis. So checkmate, anti-Zionist Jews. Yeah, man, you made a great point. Right, so that's the kind of thing that this guy likes to retweet. The guy who wrote this fucking article that said this threat of cyber Armageddon in a world where Chinese technology powers energy. Yeah, okay, man. All right, let's read this Yediot Aharonot article. I want to just have a quick read of this because this just interested me. I don't know if this is to do with Iran, but let's take a little look at it. Oh, mamma mia. Imagine trying to do some research on a library computer on the MILF, Marxist International Liberation Front. No amount of explaining will stop people eyeballing you weird once all the personalized ads start popping out. Dude got a free house because he agreed to shit his diaper inside a Makava safe and sound the same way he chose Michael to argue against because Michael can't respond. Keep sipping your coffee, coward. Yeah, no, it's bad. No, it's really bad. What the fuck is that opening sentence? Yeah, it's good stuff, isn't it? The 8th front. The war Israel has yet to declare. Or do you mean this first sentence? Opinion. The massacre in Australia is a stark reminder of a well-funded global influence machine working against Jews. So how can Israel strike Iran's nuclear sites, yet remains powerless on campuses and social media because this threat is still not defined as a war? In recent years, the term poison machine has become common in Israeli public discourse. Each political camp accuses the other of spreading lies, manipulating public consciousness, and amplifying coordinated messaging. I don't know, man. Maybe that's because that's what you're all doing. Right? That's what you're all doing. So that's why it's so easy for all of you to accuse each other of doing it. I don't know, man. Amid the noise, we are missing something far more important. The real poison machine is not operating inside Israel, it is operating against Israel. This is a global, well-funded, and highly capable influence system that has been active in the international arena for more than a decade. It's a machine that mobilizes mass protests, fuels hatred of Israel, ignites waves of anti-Semitism on university campuses, and shapes public opinion across Western liberal democracies. So what they're talking about is the information war. That's what they're on about. It's the machine that's turned Israel into a symbol of evil for an entire generation that has never met an Israeli. I'm so certain that when they meet an Israeli, their minds will change. I'm so certain of it, man. That's the problem. The problem is that, listen, before any of this, I can't, chat, I seriously cannot, right? I seriously cannot get over this, like, this absurd take, right, that if October the 7th hadn't happened, then no one in the world would think that Israelis are crazy genocidal freaks, right? I have known, like, a bunch of Jewish people in my entire life. Like I said, my stepfamily, Jewish. Unfortunately, the majority of them, Zionists. But a lot of the Jewish people that I have met, right? A lot of the fucking Jewish people that I have met in my life, when I've spoken about Israel to them, they have said, you know, even if they're, like, ambiguous on, like, the issue of Palestine or anything like that, they've been like, yeah, man, Israelis are fucking crazy, man. They're just, like, a different kind of person. That is, like, legit the fucking response that I've had from Jewish people before October the 7th. You know? So, come on, man. You know, miss me with this, like, an entire generation has been poisoned against Israel. No, man. No, man. An entire generation has become well-informed. That's what's happened. The first and only Israeli I met was boasting about how he was going to join the IDF and murder children. Correct. That's kind of what that's like. The only Israeli that I ever met, I actually went on a date with her, and she was like, yeah, man, I had to go in prison because I refused service in the IOF, and I've moved to England because I don't like Israel. And I was like, hell yeah. Like, she only told me, she was like, where do you think I'm from? And I think, like, Israelis do this a lot. They're like, where do you think I'm from? Right? And I think that if they're, like, a left-wing Israeli who was, like, gone woke and decided, like, hey, let's, you know, not do this. I'm not going to live in this settler colony. I'm not going to join the IOF. It's actually unsafe for me to be here. I think they, like, do this as a bit of a sort of a, like, reaffirmation that they understand that they're, like, from European roots and shit, right? And, you know, I didn't know where she was from. She said is Israel, and I, like, immediately went, oh. And she went, don't worry, don't worry. She, like, immediately did this. She went, don't worry, I'm not a Zionist. It was crazy, man. It was absolutely crazy. She was really nice, actually. The poison machine shows the children killed by Israel. It's a machine called Karma, the oldest machine ever created. Yes, correct. Correct. They oversell Iran like crazy. Actually more powerful than Russia and China somehow. It's so mad. Yeah, it's so mad. Every Jewish person I've known is an anti-Zionist. Yeah. Pomo Jack, what's your favorite Israeli food? Brisket. Yeah, that's right. Also, hi, welcome to the stream. I have a Jewish pal in America. She was Zionist until she did a birthright tour. Many such cases, because they go on birthright and they psychologically manipulate Jewish people. They go like, look at the Holocaust. This is a horrible thing that happened to us and our people. It should never happen again. Oh my God, it's disgusting. Everybody's crying. Everybody's like reading all the names. They might find someone that they were related to. I think they do that on purpose. They're like, you know, here's someone that you were related to in the Holocaust who died in the Holocaust. And then they take him out, and then you can see, like, Jerusalem, and they're like, this is why you gotta fight and die for Israel. And it's like, oh my god, this is manipulative. It's disgusting and manipulative. You know? They also enlist pretty Israelis to honeypot them. Oh, yeah. Yes, they do. What's that picture that was on Twitter? I'm not gonna be able to find this shit. There's so much shit that you see online, and you're just not gonna be able to bring it up again. Because it's like, it just like vanishes into the fucking ether of the internet. And it's like, I'll never forget. There was this Israeli guy who was being like, rest in peace. Or maybe he wasn't Israeli. Maybe it was like a Zionist or whatever. He was like, rest in peace. Oh no, he wasn't an Israeli guy because he was going, my daughter, rest in peace, my beautiful daughter killed by terrorists in Gaza. And it was like a picture of his daughter wearing fucking like yoga pants with her ass like pushed out on like a horse. And it was like, what is happening, bro? Why did they do this? This guy was talking about his own fucking daughter, right? It was mental. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? I know that this is real because I remember other people talking about it. I can think the Holocaust was objectively bad without wanting to kill Palestinian children. Right, exactly. Exactly. It's not hard, is it? This is not a local political or social phenomenon. It's an imperialist influence system. Whoa! Hang on a minute! Wait, hang on a minute! Hang on a minute! It's the machine that's turned Israel into a symbol of evil for an entire generation that has never met an Israeli. It's the machine that ultimately helped propel one of its representatives, Zohran Mamdani, into the mayor's office of New York City. And it is the same machine that stood behind the brutal terror attack at a Hanukkah celebration in Sydney this week. This is fucking insane. It is not a local political or social phenomenon. It is an imperialist influence system financed with billions of dollars, carefully orchestrated, operating across every pillar of Western consciousness. Hey, imperialist influence system. Where is my billions of dollars, dude? Where's my check, Soros? Hey, Khamenei! I hear you're in league with Soros now. Where's my check? Where's my check, bro? This is fucking nuts. This is actually nuts. Yediot Aharonot is obviously like it's one of the most nuts publications that you'll read coming out of the Zionist entity, but like this is just absolutely cuckoo. Cloud cuckoo land shit. We've lived to hear the words Iranian imperialism. Absolute madness. Yes, I am gonna hydrate. Iranian imperialist influence system. Mental. Absolutely mental. Okay. Education, culture, academia, law, media, politics, and social networks. It is built on the understanding that Israel, the United States, and the Western world cannot be defeated militarily, so instead they're being fought through deception, subversion, and long-term patience. So you're saying that they can be defeated militarily. I see. It's critical to understand that this machine did not emerge overnight. It was built quietly over years under the radar in Doha, Tehran, and Moscow. Right, now, crucially in this bit, chat, Doha, right? Qatar. Also mentioned here, Tehran, Iran, and Moscow, Russia. I'm gonna bring it up again, chat. I'm gonna bring up the Wikipedia page again. List of countries by natural gas proven reserves based on the CIA World Factbook or other authoritative third-party sources. At the start of 2021, proven gas reserves were dominated by three countries: Iran, Russia, and Qatar. No, not just Al Jazeera. It's the gas. It's the fucking wanted domination of fossil fuels. The fossil fuel lobby in Israel, like that. The fossil fuel lobby and the Israel lobby like that. Imperialism, NATO, the fossil fuel lobby, Israel like that. It all makes sense, chat. If you think of it from a imperialist standpoint, that's why it's important. You cannot understand capitalism and understand the way to bring about its downfall without understanding imperialism. Imperialism is this. When you hear about people saber rattling for war against countries, this is what it's about, right? Who is the current target of NATO? Russia. Who is the current target of Israel? Iran. And the current target of Qatar? Also Israel. No, not the target of Russia. Who is targeting Russia? Who is targeting Iran? Who is targeting Qatar? Sorry, I said that wrong. Who is currently targeting Russia? NATO. Who is currently targeting Iran? Israel. Who is currently targeting Qatar? Israel. Who is currently targeting Venezuela and Colombia, where they have oil reserves? The USA. Always comes back to gas and oil every single fucking time. Interesting article, Yediot Aronot. It was shaped on elite campuses, legitimized by think tanks, and expanded through social coalitions that present themselves as movements for justice. This transcontinental campaign that identified the West's vulnerabilities, colonial guilt, generational divides, distrust in institutions, and hostility. This is a transcontinental campaign, hostility towards Israel. It exploited those cracks and turned them into weapons. For more than a decade, this machine has funneled money into student organizations. Where's the money? Where is the money? I'm being so for real. Where is the money? Like, I swear to God. I swear to fucking God. Palestine Action received zero money from any fucking organization. They literally just went out and fucking went for Elbit Systems factories. That's what they did. That's what they fucking did, man. It is so crazy to be like, yeah, man, these movements for social justice are getting billions of dollars. Bro, if they were getting billions of dollars, they would be way more successful. Wait a minute. America is targeting Venezuela, the country with the largest proven oil reserves in the world? Yeah, it must be fake, dude. Must be fake. Also, hi, Morgana. How you doing? Good to see you. The results are visible everywhere. Students who cannot find Israel on a map but are convinced it's an apartheid state. Students who cannot find Israel on a map, bro. Is it that they can't find Israel on a map, or is it that they refuse to recognize Israel on a map? You tell me. You tell me. Western politicians who cave to public pressure, masses in the streets who do not realize they become foot soldiers of extremist regimes. Yeah, man. Yeah, they just don't realize it. They're just ignorant. I mean, all of this is true for supporters of Israel, by the way. Like, everything here is projection of empire entirely. Entirely. Like, replace the word Israel with the country Iran, right? Students who cannot find Iran on a map but are convinced that it is a, I don't know, insert, like, it's a totalitarian regime. Like, this is true for Iran. Jewish communities forced to conceal their identity. Muslim communities do this all the time. Western politicians who cave to public pressure. Yes, from Israel. Masses in the streets who do not really realize they become the foot soldiers for extremist regimes. Yes, fascists and pro-Zionists. It's crazy, man. It's absolutely fucking crazy. This leads to the central question. How can a country capable of destroying Iran's nuclear infrastructure, executing the pager operation, oh my god, eliminating Hassan Nasrallah, conducting unprecedented deep operations, and running some of the world's best intelligence services stand helpless in the face of what is happening on social media and university campuses? Yes, what could it be? What could it be? The answer is simple. What is not defined as a concrete security threat is not treated as one. Oh my god, like, you have a whole... This is why I believe it when Israel says that Israel is in full collapse mode. Yeah? It's in full collapse mode. It's free fall at the moment. Because how can Yediot Aronot not know that Hasbara has been a key government-funded operation for over a decade at this point. How can it not know? It absolutely knows that there is an information war. Israel knows that there is an information war. It knows that there's an information war that's completely fucking necessary because it knows that it's doing human rights abuses and genocide and ethnic cleansing. Like, it knew that it had to do that from the beginning. Like, come on, man. Like, this is just the most, like, obtuse, embarrassing fucking anything that I've read. Mule does liberal slop. This is not liberal slop. This is fascist slop, Morgana. This is Yediot Aronot. This is an Israeli publication. The Israeli Defense Forces know how to win a declared war. Who wrote this? It's delusional. This is completely delusional. This is completely delusional. This is completely delusional. The Israeli Defense Forces know how to win a declared war. No, they don't. No, they don't. Marco Marino. Not the Spanish footballer. Marco Marino, journalist. Who is this guy? Marcos Marino? Wait, I thought I copied and pasted that. No, Marco Marino. Oh! He's not a journalist, a lieutenant colonel. That's why. That's why, chat, because this guy is a completely... The guy that wrote this fucking article is a literal fascist foot soldier. A lieutenant colonel in the reserves, former senior commander in Unit 504, expert in intelligence and covert operations. That's him. This is mad. So what he's saying is the first operational step is convening the security cabinet and formally declaring the opening of this front. Once it is defined as a theater of war, the systems begin to move. The next step is establishing an 8th front. That's why he doesn't understand that Israel has been fighting this war for ages, because he was in the IOF and he doesn't understand how to fight a war. That's crazy, man. This is absolutely fucking batshit. Next step is establishing an 8th Front Command, a coordinating body under the Prime Minister, alongside dedicated intelligence and operational units within the IDF, Mossad, Shin Bet, and the broader intelligence community. They already do this! This must be followed by redefining the roles of the Foreign Ministry, the Diaspora Affairs Ministry, national institutions, and existing initiatives against anti-Semitism. He doesn't understand anything. Oh, here we go. Alongside the complete abandonment of the concepts of Hasbara. One of the foundational failures exposed on October the 8th. Right, so what? Just do like another Hasbara. This is so mad, dude. It is so mad. Okay, all right. Well, that's the end of that article. I'm not reading any more of that. Written by a literal fascist fucking foot soldier, right? Okay, we've got Iran International again. Iran accelerates missile rebuilding effort, IDF warns Knesset. This was on December the 9th. Iran has resumed large-scale production of ballistic missiles about 6 months after its 12-day war with Israel. Now, key thing to remember here, chat, is it's resumed large-scale production of ballistic missiles. Right? And also, I don't think that it has only just done that. I think that it was doing that anyway. Because we've had reports, and we've seen reports that that is also the case. A senior IDF official told lawmakers in a closed Knesset briefing, according to Israeli news outlet Ynet, which is Yediot Aronot. The briefing, described by several participants, said Iran is rapidly restoring its missile manufacturing capacity after suffering heavy damage in June strikes. The IDF official warned that Tehran's missile program is recovering at a fast pace and remains a top strategic priority for Iran's military planners. The warning came as Iran intensified missile and drone testing during large-scale military exercises in the Persian Gulf and the Oman Sea. My buddy... if they're doing missile and drone testing in military exercises in the Persian Gulf, they've been producing the missiles. Are you dumb? Last week, the commander of Iran's Revolutionary Guard Navy said a new missile tested during the drills had a range beyond the length of the Persian Gulf. What they're doing is they're producing new missiles! They're idiots. They are fucking idiots, man. They are fucking idiots. Iran's missiles have a declared range of up to 2,000 kilometers, which officials say is sufficient for deterrence and covers Israel. The United States and its allies have urged Tehran to limit the missile development to under 500 kilometers. Yeah, no, it's not going to happen. The exercises are them literally dick waving. This is crazy, man. Absolutely crazy. More Yeti aeronaut slop here. Israel warns intelligence agencies worldwide of unprecedented axis of threats against Jews. Israel has sent alerts to a series of intelligence agencies worldwide about an unprecedented axis of threats from Iran seeking revenge for the 12-day war. Hezbollah wanting to avenge the assassination of Commander Hatem Ali Tabtabei, and Hamas and Islamic Jihad attempting to build terrorist infrastructure for attacks against Israel abroad. Additionally, Israel is increasingly assessing that the attack in Australia occurred without Iranian involvement. They're only doing this because they're being told again and again and again, stop trying to drag us into war with Iran. It's not happening, bro. Oh, this is a nothing article. There's nothing here. This was yesterday. Oh, man. Okay, whatever, dude. Alright, here's Israel Hayom. This is the last Zio Slop article that we're doing, and then we're going to move on. Then we're going to move on to Brit Slop, chat. Okay, Israel Hayom, the most right-wing publication that you could find in Israel in the English-speaking press. When you get to the Hebrew press, it gets way more insane. Tehran's influence operation spanned continents, creating conditions for anti-Semitic attacks. The Sydney assault may be ISIS-linked, but Iranian infrastructure enables extremism worldwide. Sydney attack was exceptional in its scope, weaponry, and planning. Not really. But it represents the peak of an anti-Semitic terror wave that has struck Australia. Not really. Some with proven foreign involvement. Not really. Just lies straight away in the first paragraph. Initial findings point to an ISIS connection, not Iran, which is proven responsible for torching synagogues and Jewish businesses in the country. Another lie. The distinction between streams of radical Islam does not diminish the threat. The Iranian model is sometimes replicated in other influence networks, both state and non-state, and in any case lays the fertilizer for attacks on Jewish life. So basically what they're saying here is that even though it was ISIS, Iran teaches ISIS how to do stuff. So it's Iran's fault anyway. In August, Australian intelligence concluded that Iran stood behind 2 attacks. I don't think this is true. The arson of a kosher delicatessen in Sydney and the torching of a synagogue in Melbourne. The investigation revealed that the Revolutionary Guards recruited local criminals for the dirty work attacking Jewish institutions. None of this is true. In response, Australia expelled the Iranian ambassador. It did this at the behest of Israel, by the way. Israel asked it to expel the Iranian ambassador. And it did. Closed its embassy in Tehran and declared the Revolutionary Guards a terrorist organization. And again, this was all because Israel told it to. This marked the first time Australia expelled an ambassador since World War II. Tehran also operates soft power mechanisms, which... This is fucking crazy, man. Hello, Chief. How you doing? Welcome in. This entire article is projection. It's so insane. It's so insane. It's true that they said that it was connected to Iran, but the links to Iran are extremely tenuous. Yeah. It's not proven by any stretch of the imagination, right? It's not proven by any stretch of the imagination. Fuck me, man. Absolutely insane. Okay. Tehran operates soft power mechanisms. Tehran soft power, which allow it and Hezbollah to expand their influence in countries with a significant Shiite minority. Among these mechanisms, control over the appointment of imams in religious centers. This is just projection. This is just projection. We were talking yesterday about Chabad. About how that is literally what they do. They literally put Zionist rabbis in synagogues all over the world. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. Academic institutions like Al-Mustafa University Where is that? Where is that? Al Mustafa University. What are you talking about? Where is that? That's in Iran. Bro, that is in Iran. Buddy, that is in Iran. The university is in Iran. Cultural centers of the embassy and the media activities of the Iranian Broadcasting Authority. Yeah, because it's their fucking... Bro, who is listening to the Iranian Broadcasting Authority outside of Iran? Maybe some people in Iraq. Maybe some people in Saudi Arabia. Who knows, man? But, like, what you're saying is, like, soft power mechanisms. No one is listening to that shit in... Bro, this is crazy. I will be so surprised if people can listen to this in Australia. That is mad. In Australia, the influence has manifested in trips to Lebanon and meetings with Hezbollah officials, and even in money transfers through Qard Al Hassan, Hezbollah's banking institution, as revealed in breach of the organization's systems. What is your source for this? My source is I made it up. The disregard for Iran and Hezbollah's enabling infrastructure in Australia created a sense of comfort to operate in the country without interference. What? Similar to the Iranian operational pattern. This is just absolute insane slop. It's absolutely insane slop. They're just like, here is a guy holding up a picture of Khamenei. In Australia, they're talking about. In Australia. You could get away with saying this about, like, maybe Iraq. Maybe Afghanistan. Maybe Pakistan. But, like, saying it about Australia is absolutely cracked. Absolutely cracked shit. Okay, all right, that's the end of that. We're not listening to it. We're not reading any more of that. We're not reading any more of that, dude. All right, chat. I gotta be right back real quick. Use this opportunity to stretch your legs, drink some water, take your meds if you haven't already. I will be back. All right. I'm back. Chat, I do this show 4 days a week. It's my full-time job. I'm currently on UK benefits, and you know, I declare everything that I earn to the benefits office, and so when you pay me money, it doesn't mean that I get like loads more money or anything like that, but it is necessary for me to try and earn more money via this, so that the money that I earn means that I don't need to. Whoa! Yeah, Sam knew what I was saying. Sam knew what I was saying, and it's a golden Kappa train, chat. It's time for a fucking golden Kappa train. You heard it here first. Alright, YouTubers, I will see you in a bit. Back in. VOD watchers, you're back in play. We're talking about Beatles for a minute. The Beatles got significantly less and less popular. With every generation after the Boomers. Like, Gen Xers used to go around with t-shirts that said the Beatles are dead and shit like that. Or like, fuck the Beatles and stuff. Like, this is like a real thing that happened. You know? Beatles. You know, the main reason that I like dislike the Beatles is because they are lauded as having a what would you call it? They're lauded as being one of the most influential bands in the entire world, and it's just super white, right? It's super white. I grew up listening to the Beatles as a Gen Z. Right, well, there's no way that the people who were forcing you to listen to the Beatles, like your parents, there's no way that they were millennials. Your parents are probably Gen Xers like mine, dude. We're talking about the Beatles because Mule was playing some Beatles because he likes them so much. Yeah, that's what it was. That's what it was. That's definitely what it was. All right, we're getting back to politics, man. We're getting back to it. I know many a millennial who loves the Beatles. I was one. I'm gonna be real, man. I don't know many millennials who love the Beatles. Like, I really don't. My parents are both millennials and Gen X. If you're Gen Z, that means that you're like 24 to 28, right? Or 30. Like, you're like age 24 to 30. You were born in either 1997 or 2012? Oh, really? Wait, what? Nah, that can't be right. Gen Alpha, 2012? Well, fair enough. That's pretty big, man. Gen Z, 2012. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, fair enough, man. I stand corrected. I stand corrected. I am so sorry that you have an embarrassing millennial parent who listens to the Beatles. That's mad. That's absolutely mad. I'm so sorry that happened to you. 13 to 28. Gotcha. I'm with you, man. I mean, thank you for your condolences. It's what I'm here for, man. Okay, alright. Let's move on. I'm 30 and I think I'm a millennial. You are a millennial if you're 30. Wait, are you? 1995. Yeah, you're a millennial because it just means that you were like conscious of the millennium happening. Because that's how that's why it's 1997, because if you're like age 1 to 3 before the millennium, you're just not going to remember it, right? Yeah, Zoomer starts at 1997. Mule, we're our parents now. It's the end. I mean, I would like to be a dad, but I'm not. So, I don't know, man. It's just not financially viable for me, nor have I found someone who wants to do that with me. Every Sunday subjected to 2 hours of Beatles. I could think of anything worse. Thankfully, my dad didn't really play Beatles in the car, but he does love the Beatles. If you're born in 1997, you sneezed and the 90s was over, yeah. It's so crazy to have been alive in the 90s. I can't begin to tell you, chat. It's absolutely mad to have been alive in the 90s. It was such a weird time. It was such a weird time. So weird. All I know is that I'm going to peak at like 32 to 45 and I'm just waiting. That is when the peak happens. I'm currently in the midst of my peak. Alright, what am I missing? What am I doing? What are we doing? Okay, chat, it's really great news for everybody in Britain. It's really, really great news for everybody in Britain. Amidst the constantly privatized and sold off National Health Service, including large swaths of our public health data being controlled by Palantir in the future. You know, Palantir. The, you know what I'm talking about. The Peter Thiel and Alex Karp company that murders Palestinians with Israel. Amidst all that, amidst worsening material conditions, amidst a budget that was made for rich people to serve the city of London, amid an ongoing complicity and participatory nature in the ongoing genocide in Gaza, our wonderful, enlightened government have decided that the thing to win back public support, the thing to do to win back public support is in fact to go to war with Russia. That's right. That's what they've said. They've said, peons, we have listened to your complaints. And what we've decided is that you're going to war. We've decided that what you all need is a good bout of war. A good bout of war to set your mind straight. Get you back on track. A good bout of war for everybody. That's what we've decided. It's time for war. It's time for war.
Well, thank you very much indeed. It is a great pleasure to be here.
So what we're going to listen to here is Chief of Defence Staff. The UK Chief of Defence Staff is going to talk about the threat of Russia. Yes, the think tanks said, send the poor to their graves and that'll fix the economy. I think they start wars because they're bored. No, they start wars for gas. Yes, or oil. There you go. You weren't far behind it. Yes, the whole reason that NATO has been provoking Russia for the last 30 years is because of the gas reserves that it has. And that's what it's all about. That's what imperialism is all about. So there you go. There's the answer to that. Dr. Maggot, welcome in. How are you doing? Good to see you. The young adults, Mule, they yearn for the battlefields. Yes, we do. That's right. Correct. That's right. All of Europe is chomping in the bit to attack Russia. The statements over the past weeks of European leaders are fucking scary. Yeah, but like, you know, the thing is that it's going to be fuck around and find out. It's going to be fuck around and find out. I'm being so for real, chat. I'm keeping it 100 with you all. If any other NATO state goes to war with Russia, it is Jova. They will get slapped around. There is no NATO state that is equipped to go to war with Russia, let alone a coalition of NATO states. It is not. It's going to be fuck around and find out. And also, Russia has friends. No working class person is asked about it whatsoever. Do you know what I mean? No one is gonna want to fucking get poorer because of a war. No one is gonna want to, you know, volunteer to go to war. It's not happening, dog.
To be in the banqueting house. Last year, Tony explained that our analysts argue that there is only a remote chance of a significant direct attack or invasion by Russia on the UK. Remote in this context still means an up to 5% risk, and that only refers to the UK. The world's largest crowdsourcing forecasting site.
Is this really what they're going off? A 5% chance that we could have some kind of direct... Do you know, I've got an idea. I've got an idea on how to eliminate that 5% chance. Don't do statements like this. Don't do press conferences like this. Don't do events like this where you say everybody should be ready to go to war with Russia. Don't do that. Here's a great way to eliminate that 5%. Yeah? Here's a great way to eliminate that 5%, right? Stop saber rattling. Stop saber rattling. Stop doing it. Stop threatening Russia. It's dead easy. It's dead easy. I remember my dad said that you could never convince this generation to go to war because they would simply refuse, and I think he was spitting there. No, he's absolutely right. None of us are going to do it. None of us are going to do it. Hey, Carnos, a missile destroyer in the lake north of St. Petersburg can hit the city of London. Are you sure you want to start shit, little general? Exactly. It's absolutely mad. Did he just cite a crowdsourced prediction site? Wait, what? Did he? Oh my god, the world's largest crowdsourcing forecasting site. Wait, what?
Pappe. The world's largest crowdsourcing forecasting site, Metaculus, suggests that there is a 16% probability Russia and any NATO member state are in direct conflict by 2027.
Metaculus. 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 Metaculus is an American reputation-based massive online prediction, solicitation, and aggregation engine. One of the focuses of Metaculus is predicting the timing, nature, and impact of scientific and technological advances and breakthroughs. What are the sources for that? The power of prediction markets. Scientists are beginning to understand why these mini Wall Streets work so well at forecasting election results and how they sometimes fail. How is that a source? Dude, how is this a source? It says how they sometimes fail. What? What? This Wikipedia page was made by the CEO. This site keeps track of Elon Musk's predictions about the future. Are you fucking for real, bro? This site keeps track of Elon Musk's predictions about the future. Elon Musk says that, like, AI is going to be Skynet. In April 2017, he said that by 2021, his brain-computer interface company Neuralink would release a viable product for treating brain injuries. Right, but that didn't happen. It's just a tech bro hole. That's what this is. It has a 100% miss rate then. Yeah, plugging numbers into a calculator decided to doom my entire country. Yeah, it's good stuff, innit? It's good stuff! They also will keep track of one of the biggest futurists' biggest claims. A website called Metaculus built an interactive timeline that tracks all of Musk's predictions for the future, ranging from his hunch that we all live in a simulation and his self-proclaimed 70% likelihood that he'll move to Mars to his prediction that SpaceX will shuttle 1 million colonists to Mars by 2120. Only 17% of Metaculus voters agree that we live in a simulation. And unfortunately for Musk, the community thinks there's only a 7% chance that Tesla will become the world's largest car dealer. Okay, I'm starting to believe in Metaculus, chat. I'm starting to believe in it. 3 types of predictions can be made. Probability predictions to binary. So it's crowdsourced. So it's just like what people think. Right, so that's what the UK Chief of Defence Staff is using as his analytics, his understanding of risk. So there was someone, Tony, is that Tony Blair? I don't know. Someone who obviously works in risk assessment for the military, who said there is only a 5% risk that Russia would invade or attack the UK. And he's like, I looked at this Tech Bro website and it said that there's a 16% chance. Who decides what chance there is of it happening? Random fucking losers on the internet, dude. Random losers on the internet. That's great. That's so good, dude. I'm so glad that you used that as a source for this.
The world's largest crowdsourcing forecasting site, Metaculus, suggests that there is a 16% probability Russia and any NATO member state are in direct conflict by 2027.
Oh my God, dude.
Today, the UK is subject to an onslaught of cyber attacks from Russia. And we know that Russian agents are seeking to conduct sabotage and have killed on our shores. But Russia's hard power is growing quickly. The Russian armed forces are now more than 1.1 million strong, consuming more than 7% of GDP and around 40% of government spending.
Damn, dude, sounds like we should leave him alone. Is it even true that Russia constantly cyber attacks? Probably not. Probably not.
Which is a sum.
Is it true that Russia might have killed someone on our shores? That's kind of maybe true, but I'm not sure about that because I only remember hearing about that story when I was like in my mid-20s, and I can't remember. I genuinely can't remember if there's any merit to it at all. Yeah, it kind of sounds like we already lost, dude.
That has more than doubled over the past decade. While I've argued that Russia's campaign in Ukraine has so far been a strategic failure, with NATO bigger, more united, stronger, and spending increased amounts on rearmament, we should be under no illusion that Russia has a massive, increasingly technically sophisticated, and now highly combat experienced military. But it is absolutely clear that Russia's hard power is something to fear. But what about Russia's intent to use it?
So just be afraid, look at weird websites on the internet and get more and more afraid, okay?
The war in Ukraine and Russia's track record shows Putin's willingness to target neighboring states, including their...
Why did he target the neighboring states, dude? Why did he do that? Why did he do that? Was it because the US and the UK and the entirety of Europe was funding regime change to make Ukraine a psycho Nazi state? Or, I don't know, man, did he just do it because he was bored? Why did he do it, bro? Why did it happen? Yes, Putin made me poop my big boy pants, yes.
Children and...
See, this is, you know, just so everybody's clear, this is why I've been getting so mad at people like not understanding the broader picture of NATO and Russia, right? In the chat. This is why it's been stressful for me. And yeah, it's not appropriate for me to lose my rag and shout at people in the chat because everybody's been propagandized and I understand it, right? But it is more simple than just like Putin is a megalomaniac and he just decided to invade Ukraine one day. It's not that. It's just not that. It just didn't happen like that. NATO has been prodding Russia for decades because at the end of the Cold War, they were like, we've destroyed Soviet Russia. Now we should target Russia's massive gas reserves because that's what it was all about anyway. You know, ending communism and getting that sweet gas, bro. That sweet natural gas. We have to understand that what we hear from institutions like the BBC, state imperialist institutions, is only going to be in service of empire. And empire is interested in being an empire, doing empire things, you know? Seizing resources, taking land, yada, yada, yada.
Populations. The Russian leadership has made clear that it wishes to challenge, limit, divide, and ultimately destroy NATO. In former President Medvedev's words...
Yes, exactly. Once the Soviet Union disbanded, there was no reason for NATO to exist. Exactly.
Aspiring to the disappearance of Ukraine and the disappearance of NATO, preferably both.
Wow, man. It sounds good. I don't know about what he's saying about Ukraine. I don't even know if that's real. But, like, yes, it would be good if NATO disappeared. I think it would be good for fucking everybody, man.
Despite these clear indications, I'm not sure yet that we feel this threat in the UK as acutely as many of our allies in Europe.
So I think it's time that everybody gets scared. It's time for everybody to get really scared. How is the state going to run this, man? Because at the same time that the state is trying to demonize migrants who are going to be coming here en masse because of the very real conflicts that we are funding all around the world, you know, complicit in the genocide that is happening in Sudan, complicit in the genocide that is happening in Palestine. We're probably connected to the shit that's going on in Congo as well. You know, constantly meddling all over the fucking world. You know, and it's like, yeah, so they're trying to demonize migrants and everyone is like up in arms against migrants. And like, how are you going to do that about Russia, bro? How are you doing that? How are you going to do that about Russia? How are you going to do that same thing? You're going to be like, Russian spies everywhere. How did Germany handle it last time? Yeah, but that's Germany. This is the UK. This is the UK. Germany's over there. I mean, the UK might encourage Germany to invade it. They very well might, because that's what happened last time. That's what we'll do. But like, I don't know, man. How are we gonna fucking like? I just don't understand how they're gonna like try and drum up some kind of consent manufacturing for a war with Russia, because nobody is going to listen to this guy. Just nobody is gonna do it. Nobody's gonna be like, oh yeah, man, you're right. I'm gonna join up. I'm gonna join up.
As the philosopher Nietzsche
said,
said,
these are the same people who've been telling us for 3 years that Russia's getting battered in Ukraine, and when they're finished losing that, they're moving into Poland. Yes. It's crazy.
Where we stand depends on where we sit.
Yes, how are you going to make people feel patriotic if you scrap all the treats? Welfare programs going downhill for 5 decades, correct, yes.
To the Danish ambassador here in the UK. Over the past few years, she served in Estonia, then Sweden, and now in London.
And also, he's trying to appeal to, like, a population of Britain that is increasingly critical of Europe and the EU. Even if you're a left-winger, you're like, why do we need to listen to EU leaders? I could genuinely say that. I could genuinely say that. As a leftist, I'm like, why should we listen to other EU leaders? Why should we listen to you, dog? Right? Least popular government ever, and they think that they could convince folk to go to war. That's what I'm fucking saying. That's what I'm fucking saying. Nobody likes the Labour government. I think that the only government that could convince us to go to war with Russia would be a reform government. I think that's the only government that could convince us to do that. Genuinely. Because all the fucking gammons would be just like, right, sign me the fuck up immediately. And even though there's not like a majority of them in this country, that's like a sizable amount of people. You know? It's at least an extra like fucking 5,000 heads. Way more than they're gonna get from anywhere else. From any other government, you know, from any other government. Yes, it's how revolutions get started, correct. It's more likely that there would be a revolution than this. You know? Fascists attack Russia, we've done this one before, right, yeah.
She described how viscerally the threat was felt in Estonia.
Yeah, a bunch of topless gammons screaming, come on, my son, before getting shredded, yeah, exactly.
How she saw the issue grow in prominence when she was in Sweden. Now she's in London, she observed that these discussions are generally confined to people like us here tonight.
Yes! Obviously!
So these arguments can cut through. It is clear to our allies that the risk to NATO and to the UK from Russia is growing. In reality, other than proximity, the threat in the UK isn't really any different to the threat in Germany, for example.
Okay. Here's the problem that you've got with that one, Chief. Yeah? And he's an actual chief, isn't he? He's the Chief of Defense Staff. The problem that you got with that one, Chief, is that most people, right, is that most people know that Germany is closer to Russia. So, you know, you saying that proximity-wise, there's no much of a threat to, you know, it's the same amount of threat as in Germany. But you're talking about, like, invasion. Yeah, but this is the thing. They've had nuclear weapons for 70 years, but he's talking about it as if, like, they're gonna just, like, invade. Right? I don't think that Russia would use nuclear weapons because they understand mutually assured destruction, right? I don't think that they would do that. But yes, correct. Here's the thing, right? You know?
And unless we're able to raise awareness and stimulate the conversation with society about the risks, we can't expect the rest of government, society and industry to act or bear the costs.
Yes, that's good. I'm glad that that's the case.
But this can't be just a conversation about risk. We also have to explain how we should respond. Our objective must be to avoid war. However we choose to define the cost, whether that is in lives lost, misery or economic impact, war is enormously costly. And I know I don't need to tell this audience that while the price of peace may be rising, the cost of strong deterrence is still far, far less than the cost of war. Sons and daughters, colleagues, veterans will all have a part to play, to build, to serve, and if necessary, to fight.
Yeah, it's gonna be a no from me, dog. I think you're gonna have to start building some bigger prisons, bro. That's what I'm gonna say, because, yeah, there ain't no way I'm dying for fucking NATO. Yeah? There ain't no way. And I know that there's a bunch of people in this country who would not do that.
And more families.
So basically, chat, yeah, if we're talking, like, here's what's going to happen. They're going to poll the public. What they're doing with this is they are testing the public. Yeah? They're testing the public, and they're going to see what the public response to this, you know, is. And most of the public response, it will be like 80% of people don't want to go to war with Russia. It will literally be like an overwhelming amount of people do not want to go to war with Russia. And I think that what they'll do then, if we're going to talk about false flag attacks, I think that they will, like, blow somewhere up in the UK and be like, look, Russia did it. We told you. I genuinely think that that's the only way that they could, like, maybe try and get some kind of support for an attack on Russia. Weren't they saying the same shit even before 2014? It's just more convenient now because there's a war in Europe. Oh yeah, they've always been saber rattling about Russia. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. They're like, Russia is evil. Russia is terrible. They're going to attack us. They're going to kill all of us. Oh my god. General, you don't have a bunker deep enough to survive a volley of Russian bunker busters. Yes, correct. We would get absolutely clapped. We would get absolutely clapped. And you know, they were saber rattling in 2022 when the war in Ukraine happened. They were saber rattling then, and I remember thinking, like, these motherfuckers are gonna get us killed. I remember thinking it. I was like, these motherfuckers are actually going to get us killed. They're actually going to get us killed. Yeah, madness. Just absolute madness. But there's just no shot. There's no shot that anyone in Britain is going to be ready to do any kind of military service, except for the fucking squaddies who are already signed up. It's just not going to happen, man.
Sacrifice for our nation means. That's why it's so important that we do explain the changing threat and the need to stay ahead of it. As I've said, I'm clear that the country's first line of defence is the armed forces. We need to be...
We're going to see a whole bunch of articles in the next year saying things like, Russians are actually statistically more likely to murder and rape every single person that you know. You know?
Ready to deter, fight and win today and tomorrow. The SDR has given us our orders. As it says, we are in a new era of threat, and that demands a new era
the SDR
defense. We need to end the hollowing out of our armed forces and lead in a stronger and more lethal NATO.
Strategic Defense Review. The Strategic Defense Review. Okay. That's what that was. Let's take a look at this. So the BBC posted about this on Twitter. Let's see how people responded to this. Whole of society effort needed to deter Russia threat, armed forces chief says. Now, ignoring this, what about the Labour Socialist threat? This is only coming up at the top because I responded to it. My response. I'm selling popcorn for those that came to read the comments. Even the migrants. Like, all the right-wingers are not even up for this, bro. The UK government and MI6, in addition to the armed forces chiefs, are delusional. The UK government has spent months telling us to be ashamed of our culture, our traditions, our history, and our flag. They haven't done this, but, like, you know. This guy is still saying, like, yeah, no, we're not doing it. We're not doing it, bro. I would happily fight for my country, as I did throughout the COVID era. Wait, what? This guy never fought for his country during the COVID era. He's talking about not wearing a mask as fighting for his country. That's what he did. Russia is not my enemy. Does this include Keir Starmer's soon-to-be 18-year-old son? Not heard anything this ridiculous in a while, and that's saying something. It's like COVID propaganda all over again. No, it isn't. Funny how this aligns with youth unemployment. That's true. We need to empty out our prisons and recruit the inmates to produce offensive memes that we could tweet at them. What are they talking about? Argentina should actually try their luck this time with the Falklands and test the waters. Yeah. He fought in the trenches, getting turned away from Tesco, yeah. But then you've got liberals who are saying, like, insane things like this. We need to start with putting this anti-Semite Russian stooge behind bars. There's so much evidence. So there is going to be some appetite for this, unfortunately. Same old bullshit for 50 years. We've got a son of a KGB agent sitting in the Houses of Lords, and our politics is awash with Russian money. You don't take the Russian threat seriously. Why should we? That's even like a bizarre take, but also, yeah, sure. How many billions did Ukraine steal from the USA and the EU? That's a crazy take! Absolute bollocks. Russia isn't a threat to the British. The UK state is, yes. Even though this guy might be racist, this is true. This is literally true. Time for the weapons of mass destruction bullshit to be revamped and rolled out again. Eat a dick. Let's send these war heroes to the front lines first. It's the royal family. Why would the working class fight another war for the ruling class? Those days are done. No one wants to get their legs blown off for a country that treats its disabled people like scroungers who need punishing. Holy shit! Holy shit! Oh, the prisons are full of kids who made memes because woke. Oh, yeah, no, yeah, okay, that's what they were talking about in that one, yeah. Who is this fucking loser? Smithy? Smithy? Anyone who thinks Russia aren't already at war with the West is an imbecile. It's not a conventional war, but a grey or hybrid war. What would you say it is, Smithy? Would you say it's like a cold war? When our businesses get hacked, internet goes down, substations go on fire. What substations? What are you talking about? Subsea cable get cut, drones disrupting flights. What are you talking about? Who is this freak? December 2010. What the fuck is going on? A fucking hyperlib. A literal fucking hyperlib, man. That's crazy, dude. That's absolutely crazy. Needs to turn off COD. Absolutely crazy. Why are people saying it's like COVID again? This is so weird. Who said this? If war starts, I'm conscientiously objecting. This is like a blue check wanker. Certified war propaganda. This guy's probably a racist as well. He's got like a fucking Scottish and British Union Jack in his fucking thing there. We keep telling you to get fucked off. No one is interested in your globalist wars or fighting them. Conscript the boomers. Good luck with that. They're saying that we have... They're using this AI image to say that we have a woke army. Yeah, man, that's cool. There is no society, you and your fellow elites. Like, these are even the right-wingers, man. These are like the people that if you declare war on someone, right? If you declare war on someone, the right-wingers are the people that you first need. Yeah, Scottish flag and Union Jack together is rancid vibes immediately. Yeah, absolutely. You need the right wing to be the first motherfuckers to be like, yeah, dog, sign me up. That's who you need, and you just don't have that. They're bodying you in the comments, and you fucking deserve it. Fuck off, use the Labour voters to fight for their precious chairman, Starmer. They made their beds and they could sleep in it. Russia is not the enemy. This is crazy, man. British rightoids kind of like Russia. Yeah, but they don't. They're all in the comments here saying, nah. Oh, no. They kind of like Russia. I thought you said they kind of don't like Russia. Sorry. Yes. You're right. They kind of like Russia. They're like, yeah, nah, Russia is anti-woke. This guy's Metaculus is key source of predictions. Yeah. It's crazy, man. Okay, so that's what the public think. Let's see what GB News is saying about it. How about that, chat? Yeah? That'll be fun, won't it? Let's see what GB News is saying about it. I can't wait to hear what GB News is saying about this. Let's have a look.
Russia's next target.
We are Russia's next target. And we are already in harm's way. I fear that
damn, dude, Mark Rutte, saying this in every single country all over the fucking world. Well, all over Europe.
Too many are quietly complacent. Too many don't feel the urgency. And too many believe that time is on our side.
What's with the urgency? Why do we need to do that?
That's the stark warning from NATO chief Mark Rutte coming after a frantic week of diplomacy with you.
Okay, I'm calling it. Because GB News have said they've used the example of Mark Rutte, the fucking Dutch supreme commander of NATO. They're going to be like, no. They're going to be like, this is a bad idea. I'm calling it. That's going to be the GB News line, without a shadow of a doubt. Because they wouldn't have the UK chief of staff guy, because that would be too patriotic.
Ukraine and its European allies rushing a new peace deal proposal to the Trump administration. The US president has branded European leaders weak and signaled the US could step back from defending the continent, raising serious questions about whether America can still be relied upon. And in Moscow, the Kremlin has gone further, warning that British troops operating in Ukraine would be considered legitimate targets. So tonight, we're asking, are we actually heading to war with Russia?
The fucking boxing shit.
Going head to head on this now, we have former British Army spokesperson Major Mike Shearer and former Conservative MP, British Army officer and author Bob Seeley joining us. Thank you very much for joining us. So let's start with Bob. How are things looking for the safety of this nation?
Why are we going to retired army officer, Conservative MP, old man in room on Zoom? Why are we doing this? Fuck me, GB News is so bad.
Sorry, Alex, in what sense are you saying? Are you saying that do we consider ourselves at war with Russia? If that's the question, the answer is no. Since 2007, the Russians and President Putin specifically has considered himself in conflict with the West in terms of values, in terms of information, etc. And that conflict and that idea of conflict has steadily got worse.
Okay, and Mike, does that make you feel any better about the situation?
Why has it gotten worse? Yes, also retired army spokesperson, not current one, maybe has dementia.
No. Look, the Secretary General of NATO is spot on. Now, it hurts me to say this, the only honest broker in this is Putin. Putin has been clear all the while about what his intentions are. And Bob, I remember having a sensible argument with you on the Isle of Wight about 5 years ago, there or thereabout, maybe a bit longer, with Kim Sengupta, poor Kim of The Independent, who has passed away. And Kim and I were arguing the point that that Putin was sharpening his weaponry, and you weren't having it at all. But here we are today, and he's producing something like 100 tanks a month.
Buddy, he's currently at war. He is currently at war. What are you talking about?
100 tanks a month. The United Kingdom of 147. Europe is in disarray. I think we have to accept the Pax Americana, the notion that we could rely on our American cousins. We have to assume, not necessarily presume, but assume that that's no longer there. Europe.
It's crazy, man, because what we're witnessing, in real time is what happens when the empire falls apart, right? The empire is falling apart because the USA is doing whatever the fuck it wants under Trump. He's packing up the empire. He's being like, you know what? I don't think we're going to be able to do this anymore. I'm going to pretend that we can. We're just going to fuck around and like maybe get some fucking money from doing some piracy with Venezuela, right? And that's what he's doing at the minute. They very well may invade Venezuela, but it would be highly ill-advised. And he is abandoning NATO, i.e. the EU, although NATO, the head of NATO is the US. But he is being like, yeah, we're not giving any more money to Ukraine. Fuck that shit off. They should do a peace deal and that'll be the end of it. And that is the correct thing to do, by the way. Like, I support that. I think that that is what should happen. I think that there should be a ceasefire in Ukraine. Putin is willing to do that. You know, the only party that is not willing to do it is NATO. You know, and they're like backing Ukraine and like saying to Ukraine, no, yeah, you can't do this shit. Don't do it. It's not going to happen. And you know, meanwhile, because the money is dried up from the USA, all the EU leaders and European NATO leaders are shitting themselves and going, shit, we need to attack Russia. We have to do it. Fuck. Or we have to prepare for war with Russia. Fuck, because the USA, they've fucked off. They got Trump at the helm. He's not listening to us. Oh my God, what's happening? So that is at least correct. Like, that is at least what is definitely happening. But yeah, like, here we are, chat. It's the end of the empire. It's happening in front of our fucking very eyes. The USA is going to go to war in Venezuela and probably lose. And it won't get any support from any European country. And NATO in Europe is going to go to war with Russia and lose. I wonder how Trump will stage a scenario for war without some false flag terror attack at home. The whole drug lord shit is so sloppy it makes the Bush administration look genius. They're just going to do it. They have troops who are ready to do it. But it's not going to go well and they'll lose. That's all it is. He doesn't need to stage a scenario for war. Like, he just said he's just going to keep doing these illegal extrajudicial strikes and he's just going to put troops on the ground. That's what's going to happen. There are already CIA agents on the ground in Venezuela without a shadow of a doubt. Maduro killed some of them, like I think a few weeks ago. You know, anyway.
Really needs to start spending money now. We heard this, the Defense Secretary just a day or so ago saying that we were delivering on the SDR. Look, I've spoken with Lord Robertson, the co-author of the SDR, and I challenged him in June or July. And I said, look...
Do you think Trump likes Putin too much to attack them? No, I don't think he's motivated by that at all. I think that he admires Putin more than he admires Zelensky, but I think he admires Putin more than he admires any European state. He thinks Keir Starmer is a loser without a shadow of a doubt. It was actually a cartel, which, yeah, redundant. Yeah. Obviously CIA shit, right? Trump does not like losers. He thinks that every European country's leader is a loser. He's right about Keir Starmer. He is a loser, correct? Yes. Keir Starmer's wife probably also thinks he's a loser. Yes. You know, Keir Starmer going around like picking up Trump's papers when he like drops them and shit. You know, fucking like pandering after him and all this kind of stuff and being like, yes, we are going to... I can't even do my Keir Starmer voice anymore. Yes, that's right. We're going to increase our defense spending by 5%, just like Daddy Trump said. Right? And I think that when Mark Rutte said Daddy's home, I think that when Mark Rutte said Daddy's home when Trump came to like visit the NATO guys or whatever, I think that was like a key indicator. And Trump was like, oh, this guy's a loser. He called me daddy. He's a total sub. Completely submissive. If Russia has gotten Venezuela updated election warfare systems for their Su-30s, they could get firing solutions on stealth planes. They have the radar cross-sections for US planes from Iran and Russia. It's going to be ugly. Yes, correct. Yeah, there's all that kind of shit. Yeah. Yeah, get your tongue out of my ass, Kate. He hates losers. He's gonna see every European leader that has pandered to him, he's gonna see them as a loser because, like, what are they doing? The only reason that they're strong is because they're a coalition, right? When the coalition falls apart, they're fucking nothing. Countries in the fucking in Europe are fucking nothing, and we're about to start feeling that pretty fucking hard, to be honest, chat. Who knows what's gonna fucking happen? But it's time that our states start engaging in cooperation because this kind of saber rattling is not going to go well without the support of the USA. It's not going to go well.
This isn't going to be fully operationalized until 9 years' time. What do we do about this? And in fairness to Lord Robertson, he recognized this and said, we can push and compress the whole SDR forward if we need to. He has been on his feet in the House of Lords, and he has said quite clearly that the United Kingdom is uninsured. We do not have the wherewithal to defend our islands.
We're living in a time of what feels like pretty significant.
Oh, here we go, chat. Bev Turner with an ad read, with a paid promotion from Tally Money. Can't wait to see what this one's about.
Social change. And it makes us question things that we've even taken for granted for decades. And one of those at the moment that people are wondering about is actually money. Is the money
what
in your bank account safe? Should you be investing elsewhere? Are we looking at a potential global crash? What will it mean for your savings?
Like, this is the news. This is the audience of GB News. It's people who have an insane amount of money in the bank, right? People with no money are not watching this shit, man. We're just not watching this shit.
Is there
not the target audience for this shit
that might be outside of government control even? Well, tally money is potentially one solution. So I'm delighted to say that I'm joined today by the CEO and founder of Tally Money, Cameron Parry. What is Tally Money?
Well, at Tally Money, you basically...
Hey, guess what? I don't care. Head to the Metaculous website now and lay down some Tally Money. The UK far-right grifters promote gold or reverse mortgage bullshit like the US. I think that they have promoted gold. I think that they have done that. Good night, Steph. Thanks for being here. Thank you. Wait. Oh, look. Yes. The purchase of gold and investment in bullion is not FCA regulated, nor do they have benefit for the protections of the Financial Services Compensation Scheme or the Financial Ombudsman Service. They've just promoted a thing that probably tells you to invest in gold and bullion. And what that means is, what this small print at the bottom means is, chat, is that if you invest your money in gold, it is far less protected than if it is in a bank, right? There are safety schemes if you have your money in the bank. She was literally just saying, is your money protected in the bank? The answer to that is yes. By the way. The answer to that is yes.
Bob, is that a position you want to be in? Is there not a wager issue?
I'm not sure I disagree with anything that's just been said, so I'm not quite sure why the argument's being created. I mean, yeah, are we at war with Russia?
That's crazy. I'm not sure I disagree with anything that's been said, so I don't know why you're trying to make us have an argument. It's because the fucking segment is called one-on-one or whatever, and it's the boxing gloves, right?
No. Are we going to be at war with Russia? We don't know. But what we do know is that if you don't... Let me finish, please. If you don't deter, you make war more likely. Putin considers himself in conflict with Britain and the Western world. There is a difference between being in conflict, that's economic and values and information and political warfare, in his new hybrid ideas of total war, integrated war, that I talk about in my book called The New Total War. That is different from a traditional idea of warfare. So we have to actually divide up these things, and we actually have to give some clear definitions to them. We are not at war with Russia. Russia considers itself to be in conflict with the West, and we reduce the likelihood of actual war breaking out if we deter, and we are not deterring enough. So I don't...
And what is your idea of deterrence? What's the right thing to do? What's the right thing? How do you deter effectively against Russia? Should be the next question. And if he says anything other than it's in my book, then that's interesting. But if he says anything other than diplomacy, he's wrong.
I don't disagree particularly with what you're saying, but I think we need a little bit more clarity in what we're talking about.
Okay, maybe I'm framing the question wrong, and it's not to ask, do we think we're going to be in war with Russia? Maybe the question should be more about, do they predict they'll be at war with us? They have an...
The mind on this man. Maybe the question isn't, are we going to be at war with Russia? Maybe the question is going to be, are they going to be at war with us?
Economy that's been tweaked to become a war economy. Is that
he's nodding his head. Fuck me, bro.
For sure. If I may on this, Putin is being quite responsible here. Putin is sending us all the signals. He is building an armory. And what Putin is trying to do is put a conventional military wedge between the West and nuclear war. We need to recognize this. We need to put an equal conventional military wedge between us and Putin. Then there will be a standoff. The best we can hope for there.
I knew it, chat. I knew they weren't going to say diplomacy. I knew they weren't going to say diplomacy. I just knew it in my heart of hearts.
It's a Cold War.
Fraser says r/I'm 97 and this is deep.
Sit it out. until there are
Yeah, they're building an armory, like what like a place where arms are made?
leadership at the strategic level at the very top of Russia and
there are known
likely the
knowns
West,
and known
and it will
unknowns.
dissipate. But we need to give Putin that conventional warfare option.
Yes, it would be good if you could invest in diplomacy, wouldn't it? It'd be good if you could, like, fucking invest in the stock market, the diplomacy stock market.
Otherwise, all
that would be
we
great.
have are buttons, and that's not a good place to be in.
What?
Are we all in agreement that
buttons he's talking about is nuclear war? This is fucking mad, dude.
It's time now to change our opinion on whether we should basically hide behind America. Bob, I should go to you on this.
Look, we shouldn't have been hiding behind America, full stop. Europe is a rich continent. We should have been paying our own way. And ever since Putin decided in this new Cold War and this path of conflict, which he decided...
New Cold War.
Back in a speech he made in 2007, we should have carefully rebuilt. Not only in our conventional capacity, but how we deal with more hybrid threats, be it espionage, political warfare, information warfare, the espionage work around all the pipelines and the internet cables that connect us to the rest of the world. So the fact that we're coming this late in a bit of a panic is entirely due to our lack of intelligent preparation, because our political classes and indeed our leadership in this country and indeed Europe did not want to accept what was happening when Putin attacked Georgia, when he attacked Ukraine in 2014.
Buddy, the reason that the West didn't want to accept what was happening is because that's why they were doing a fucking proxy war. It's absolutely crazy, dude. That's what a proxy war is. You know? Holy shit, man. Holy fucking shit. Where is your industrial capacity to build out any effective deterrence? You already lost the arms race. I love these two. They're disconnected from material analysis. Oh yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. EU's been pushing for an EU army since forever. Yes, it has. Yes. It's absolutely fucking absurd.
So this is in part because of our inability to plan and see the world for what it was and for actually making sensible decisions. So we're now catching up in a bit of a panic. When it comes to rebuilding Putin's armory, he's partly doing that to fight his war in Ukraine, but he's also partly modernizing, using warfare to modernize his armed forces, and very specifically to become one of the world leaders in drone warfare, which is, in both in theory and practice, changing ground warfare. And NATO countries, absolutely true to say, are years...
These guys live in 2003. Of course they do. What am I talking about? It's r/97. I'm 97 and this is deep. What the fuck is happening? They're just like, drone warfare is changing the face of the battlefield. Bro, drones have existed for like decades. What are you talking about? Predator drones, man. Come on. This is 2008 stuff. What do you mean, bro? What do you mean?
Behind on this, and we have to catch up, because we're not going to deter any political or military adventurism from Putin if we are seen to be weak, if we are seen to be militarily behind in our development, and we need to play catch up.
It's Jova, man. It is absolutely Jova. It is fucking Jova. It's Jova, chat. For the Empire. It's game over. They are gonna fuck this one so bad. They are gonna fuck this one so bad. Okay, chat. Thank you so much for being here tonight. It's been good. I'm sorry that I started late again. I'm gonna be better and I'm gonna be on time tomorrow, I promise. I promise. I will. I'll be on time. Thank you so much, everybody, for all the support today. It's been really, really good to see you all. Even though we've been looking at some horrible, depressing stuff, I appreciate you coming here for your takes. And I appreciate you coming here for your news. It makes me feel very special. And I do appreciate you all, you know, for valuing my opinion on stuff. But of course, what matters is that we all get outside and organize and try and change things for the better and help our countries get better at avoiding war by engaging in cooperation and diplomacy instead of this nonsense saber rattling bullshit that fascist Labour government and the fascist NATO coalition want us to be involved in. So don't ever forget that. And we are going to go and do a raid. I'm going to drop you off at another streamer's place. Helena is streaming, so we're going to go and raid No Justice MTG. She is chatting about all kinds of stuff. Intifada Discourse, Jamie Driscoll defection, and Finkelstein gets stumped. I'm sure she's gone through most of the stuff that she's already done. But thank you so much today for all the donos. Thank you so much today for all the subs. Thank you so much for the follows. And thank you just for being in the chat. And thank you for lurking. Don't forget, I've got socials. Don't forget, I've got a VOD channel. You can catch the VODs from the streams on there. And yeah, VOD watchers, I look forward to reading your comments. I'll see you tomorrow, chat. Stay excellent to each other. Mwah. Peace, 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 peace.